Testing audio. Testing audio. Testing audio. Testing audio.
Good morning. This is a meeting of Stirling Council. Thank you everyone for attending. First, a brief statement on the protocols to be followed during this remote meeting. Please note that this meeting is being broadcast on the Council's YouTube and a recording will be available for public viewing following the meeting. Members and service managers should activate their cameras. Your microphone should be switched on when invited to speak and switched off when you have finished speaking. This is important as it helps to ensure the quality of the audio for all present. Please use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak and lower it when you have finished. Officers should introduce themselves by confirming their name and role before speaking for the first time on any item. The time limits for speaking are set out in the standing orders as follows. 5 minutes for proposing a motion, 3 minutes for seconding a motion, and 3 minutes for summing up. Also, can I remind you that members will be allowed 2 questions to officers after each report, and a follow-up question counts as a second question. I will now ask the clerk to carry out the roll call of elected members participating in today's meeting. Julia.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Benison.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Benny.
I'm here.
Councillor Beryl.
Present.
Councillor Brisley.
Here.
Councillor Davis.
Here.
Councillor Dodds.
Present.
Councillor Errol.
Present.
Councillor Farmer.
Present.
Councillor Flanagan.
Present.
Councillor Gibson.
Present.
Councillor Houston.
Present.
Councillor Hutchison.
Present.
Councillor Kane.
Present.
Councillor Laurie.
Present.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah.
Councillor Majuri.
Present.
Councillor MacDonald.
Present.
Councillor McGill.
I'm here.
Councillor Oxborough.
Present.
Councillor Simpson.
Present.
Councillor Thompson.
Present.
Councillor Tolamash.
Yes, I'm present.
And Councillor Tweed has submitted her apologies, Councillor Simpson. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Tweeds is the only apologies that we have, I take it.
Yes.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. No, I don't see any. Right, we move on to item 3, which is urgent business, and I have one item of urgent business, which is the membership of the Planning and Regulation Panel appointments. Julia.
Thank you, Provost. I think this needs little introduction. Members will be aware that the planning panel is currently not quorate, and so in order to move the panel to a position whereby we can conduct statutory business, I would ask Council today to appoint sufficient members. Council will be aware that we require 5 administration members and 4 opposition members to make up the panel as set out in the scheme of delegation. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Could I have nominations, please? Councillor Houston.
Provost, I nominate Councillor McGill.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, your hand's still.
Can I nominate Councillor Davis?
Yeah. Do you have a seconder?
I'll second that, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, will you accept nomination?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Any further nominations? I don't see any more hands raised. Julia, we have 2 nominations.
Well, that does move us to a slightly better position, but I think I should say that does still leave the panel not in a terribly healthy position. I suppose that's self-evident, but it does increase the risk, obviously, of us not being able to convene a quorate panel. However, it does provide us with a quorate.
Right. I think that's as much as we can do today. Perhaps we can return to this at a later meeting.
I think Provost.
Councillor McPherson. Councillor McPherson. Councillor McPherson, you have your hand up.
Apologies, I thought my microphone was off the room. I've obviously got a recommendation 3 to do today as well, which is to appoint a vice chair.
Yes, that's correct. Councillor McPherson, Provost, I was going to say, I suppose you need to ask if all members are agreed with the nominations proposed.
Right. Are we agreed with the nominations proposed?
Agreed.
Point of order, please, Provost.
Who was that?
It's myself, Provost. My understanding is as there are less nominations than there are places, there is no need for a decision or a vote. That's taken to be. Is that not correct?
Julia?
No, that's not correct. This is a motion. A motion is being made to appoint those 2 members. If members are all agreed, that's absolutely fine. I'm not asking. I'm just wanting clarification that Council is happy to proceed on that basis.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson pointed out that we need to appoint a vice chair. Can I have a nomination, please?
I nominate Councillor Houston.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? I'm not seeing a hand up for a seconder.
I'll second that. Apologies, I don't know what happened there.
That's Councillor McPherson seconding this nomination. Councillor Houston, are you happy to accept?
I am, Provost, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the urgent business.
Councillor Simpson, I'm sorry to be pedantic. Can I just confirm that everybody's content with that?
Yeah, is everyone?
Go to a vote, Provost.
For content.
Do we need to go to vote?
Yes, we need to go to vote, Provost. But my intention and my colleagues' intention is to record or not vote. So I would like to record an abstention to that.
That's fine, Councillor Gibson. If we're required to go to a vote, I can do that.
Okay.
Provost, would you like me to do that?
Yes, please. Wait, I've got Councillor Houston's hand up. Councillor Houston.
On a point of order, Provost, can we just go to a vote on somebody who wants to record their dissension? Does it not have to be a direct negative to actually go to a vote, or you could ask for your dissension to be noted?
Councillor, sorry, Julia, go on.
So if we're not all agreed, which it appears to be the case, then we can either go to a vote, or if Councillor Gibson is the only person who wishes to record that he is not in agreement. However, I think generally, Councillor Houston, what would happen would be somebody would propose a motion, they wouldn't get a seconder, and at that point they're entitled to record their dissension. So I think the better and cleaner thing would be to go to a vote. Provost.
Right.
Can I raise a point of order, please, Provost? It's Councillor Benson here. If there's going to be dissent raised, should they not give the reasons why they're giving dissent? You can't just say, "Oh, we're giving dissent," and then, you know, stop them off in a huff like they normally do.
Point of order, Provost. I think that's a ridiculous comment, unworthy of Councillor Benison, and I would ask her to withdraw that kind of remark.
In that case, let's go straight to a vote.
Provost, could I just interject? I do have my hand up.
Yes.
And it was just to say I have no issue with Councillor McGill joining the panel. I have no issue with Councillor Houston being vice chair, but I would like to record my abstention to Councillor Davis joining the panel, just for absolute clarity.
Right.
Okay, so I think we're back into an area of slight confusion. So as I understood it, members had all agreed the appointment of Councillor McGill and Councillor Davis to the panel, but I'm not sure. I think you're not happy to do that, Councillor Gibson. So I think potentially, in fact, Councillor Gibson, I think we should go back to that point, Provost, if you don't mind, and I think we hold a vote on that point, the appointment of Councillors McGill and Davis to the panel.
Yes.
Provost, how can you go back when you've moved on to another recommendation? I don't think you can go back.
We're going to go to a vote. Thank you, Julia. Please.
So we are voting on the proposed appointments of Councillors McGill and Councillor Davis to the planning.
Can I just point out, sorry, it's Councillor Benson here again. I made a point of order and I haven't had it responded to. I said that if there's going to be just abstentions, then should we not have the reasons why they're abstaining rather than just going straight to the vote?
Councillor Benison, it's for the Provost to rule on a point of order.
Yes, and we're going to go straight to the vote.
What an absolute shambles this is. This is a disgrace.
Provost, if I may, could I suggest that we take the vote separately? Because I think Councillor Gibson was intimating he had no difficulty with the appointment of Councillor McGill.
Yes.
And if you take them together, causes a problem.
Vote separately. Julia.
Okay, we'll do that. So we will vote in relation to the appointment of Councillor McGill. Councillor Benison.
Agreed.
Councillor Benny.
Yeah, abstain.
Councillor Barrow.
Abstain.
Councillor Brisley.
Agree.
Councillor Davis.
In favour.
Councillor Dodds.
Abstain.
Councillor Errol.
Abstain.
Councillor Farmer.
For.
Councillor Flanagan.
Abstain.
Councillor Gibson.
For.
Councillor Houston.
For.
Councillor Hutchison.
Abstain.
Councillor Kane.
For.
Councillor Laurie. Councillor McPherson.
For.
Councillor Majuri.
Abstain.
Councillor MacDonald.
Abstain.
Councillor McGill.
For.
Councillor Oxborough.
Abstain.
Councillor Simpson.
For.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Tollemache.
For.
And Councillor Tweed has submitted apologies. So 13 voted in favour and there were 9 abstentions. So the motion is carried and Councillor McGill is appointed. So we move to vote for Councillor Davis. Councillor Benison.
For.
Councillor Benny.
Abstain.
Councillor Barrow.
Abstain.
Councillor Brisley.
Abstain.
Councillor Davis.
Can I vote for myself?
Yes.
Yes.
For.
Councillor Dodds.
Abstain.
Councillor Errol.
Abstain.
Councillor Farmer.
For.
Councillor Flanagan.
Abstain.
Councillor Gibson.
Abstain.
Councillor Houston.
For.
Councillor Hutchison.
Abstain.
Councillor Kane.
Abstain.
Councillor Laurie. Councillor McPherson.
For.
Councillor Majuri.
Abstain.
Councillor MacDonald.
Abstain.
Councillor McGill.
For.
Councillor Oxborough.
Abstain.
Councillor Simpson.
Abstain.
Councillor Thompson.
For.
Councillor Tollemache.
For.
And Councillor Tweed's absent. We have 9 votes in favour and 13 abstentions, so a majority of those voting are in favour and Councillor Davis is appointed as a member of the panel. Thank you, members. Is there a consensus, or do we wish to vote on the appointment of Councillor Houston as the Vice Chair?
Provost, it seems like there's consensus. Nobody's voting against anything here.
I don't see
We're all
it.
content just to let this go through.
Let's make this appointment. Yes, please.
Agreed.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
everyone.
That concludes the urgent business. We now move on to the agenda. We have some minutes to agree. The first is the special meeting of Stirling Council on the 21st of October.
Agreed.
Agreed. The
Agreed.
special meeting of Stirling Council on the 4th of November.
Agreed. Agreed.
The local review body on the 8th of October.
Agreed.
And the parental appeals panel on the 22nd of June.
Agreed. Agreed.
We now move on to written questions. Remember that members are allowed one supplementary question. Question 1 was Councillor Davis to Councillor Kane. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Davis?
Yes, I do, Provost. I thank Councillor Kane for his response, and I'd like to ask him what plans he has to appoint a dedicated officer for the southwest area. Just to make the point that during Storm Arwen, people in Finchley and other areas had great difficulty getting through to a dedicated officer at the council to deal with the queries. So we're missing someone, and a replacement would be very welcome.
Well, first of all, Councillor Davis, I don't appoint officers. It's not my job to do so. Neither should it be an elected member's job to do so. I'm happy to take your question to relevant senior officers, but to be fair, you can do that yourself. And as always in this issue, I'm more than happy to talk with you, because I think area forums are missed. I think they are incredibly useful parts of our local democracy. And as the answer says, we are looking at ways of bringing them back, because I think that it's incumbent upon all of us elected members and officers to look people in the eye when we're discussing things. And area forums, to my mind, are one of the best ways to do that. So your points about this particular forum are well received, but in terms of appointing a specific officer, that's not something I can do.
Thank you. Question 2, Councillor Oxborough to Councillor McGill. Councillor Oxborough, do you have a supplementary?
Not at this time, Provost.
Thank you. Question 3, Councillor Dodds to Councillor Thompson. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Dodds?
No, and I thank the convener for his answer, Provost, and I'm quite satisfied with his answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question 4, Councillor Earl to Councillor Thompson. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Earl?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I thank the convener for the response. Question, Jim, is do you expect there to be reductions taking place in the standard core complement of the service out with the temporary contracts that have been explained due to the cuts to the collections? Do you expect there to be a reduction in the full-time equivalent in the service?
I don't have that information to hand, Councillor Earl, but certainly that when the paper was taken to committee, it was on the basis that there would be savings. There have been additional appointments, as I'm sure you're aware, in the way of education officers, etc. But it's under review, but of course we have a no redundancy policy, so that will be taken into account as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question 5, Councillor Barrell to Councillor Thompson. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Barrell?
I do, thank you, Provost. Yeah, thanks to the convener for the response. It states that people who have an active ASB case are offered the app, which is great. I understand, but even I'm correct in saying that some councils publicise availability of the app even to householders who haven't yet made a complaint. I think that might be a useful service to consider. Is there any prospect of that being considered?
Councillor Barrell, oddly enough, I was having that discussion with officers prior to your question coming in. Like you, I think there's a place for this. If the app, and I know there'll be issues about whether it's appropriate to use it, but I believe it is a tool that could be used by the public for advance knowledge or information that would be helpful. So that's a discussion I'm having with officers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Question 6, Councillor Flanagan to Councillor Thompson. Supplementary?
Yes, please, Provost. I thank the convener for the answer. There's a lot of good information in there. Obviously, tree felling is serious, and it's not something that we would ever want to do unless we had to. But in terms of the draft policy that's going to become live, will the convener consider adding a right to light to the list of criteria if that right affects the health and well-being of the tenant or the member of the public?
This is a difficult area. There is no right to light in Scots law as I understand it, but I do understand the issues. We've all dealt with these matters, and it's been left to the pragmatic decision of officers on the ground. It's worth considering, but I can't make a commitment. Let's look at it when it comes to committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question 7, Councillor Tomasz to Councillor Brisley. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Tomasz?
I do. And I wanted to thank the convener for the reply, especially the bit of the reply which says it's up to the employers in the scheme to keep pressure on the fund. So I'd asked the convener, a Labour-controlled Luton Council passed a motion in November of this year to call on their pension fund, which is the Bedfordshire Pension Fund, to divest by 2023. Would the convener think that was an appropriate thing for Stirling Council to ask? The pension fund to divest, by 2023.
Thank you for that. Certainly it's something that was in the answer. The Pension Fund Committee has actively instructed officers to put in place a process. I think I would want to see what the process was and if there are timescales there, but certainly it's not something I would rule out if we think things aren't progressing quickly enough, because I think the Pension Fund Committee is looking to have action taken as quickly as possible, but at the same time taking into account the interests of the fund. Hopefully that satisfies you.
Thank you. Question 8, Councillor MacDonald to Councillor Farmer. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor MacDonald?
I thank the convener for the answer to the question. That's very welcome. My follow-up is, years ago we had a resilience officer and we went out to communities to try and develop resilience plans. And I was wondering if we were going to have a similar approach based on the review to engage with the communities so that we could build. Thank you.
Thanks. Obviously, this is a good opportunity to thank our staff who went above and beyond in dealing with this storm, our communities and our third sector partners such as Trossachs Search and Rescue. In terms of the review of the resilience plans, certainly it has been in the past, and there's been regular updates of that, of having community resilience plans, and I'm sure that will be considered by officers. But I'm certainly not going to prejudge the outcome of the review, but just to say that this is an integral part of local resilience plans, is to have these ongoing reviews to ensure that we are as prepared as possible for any eventuality that comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes written questions. We now move on to question time, which is questions from the volume of minutes. Councillors are allowed 1 question each. Do we have any questions? Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Provost. I'd just like to ask about what's the first pages of the minutes about the city region deal. I'd just like to know when projects start to come to fruition.
Which convener is going to respond to that?
Yeah, Councillor Farmer would be good.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. There is obviously an outline programme of business cases that are going forward, and there is obviously projected start dates. For example, the International Environment Centre being one of them, which was launched in Alloa only a few weeks ago. I don't have the dates in the top of my head, Councillor MacDonald, but I'm happy to provide you with the timelines in terms of the current projections as they stand. Obviously, in terms of COVID and the new variants, etc., and the governmental processes, which I say from both Scottish Government and UK Government, is convoluted, would be very kind. It is extremely bureaucratic and has a great burden on the process. I'm as keen, and I know Councillor Benny, who's on the committee, is keen to get spades in the ground as quickly as possible, and both he and I and Councillor Kane will do our utmost to ensure that the projects are expedited as quickly as is practicable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No, I don't see any. In that case, we will move to the next item, and with your agreement, I would like to take item 15 at this point, if there are no objections to that. No, I don't see any. We're going to take item 15, which is the report on Stirling Council contract standing orders. Report by the Chief Operating Officer, Isabel McKnight. Isabel?
Provost, Julia McAfee, Chief Officer Governance, and the Clerk. Officers understand that an amendment has been received just shortly before this meeting from the administration, which does seek to fundamentally change the recommendations in this report. I think it's appropriate that I mention this before Isabel seeks to introduce. Isabel is aware of the amendment, but I thought it appropriate with your agreement to set the context here because of the significant change. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Isabel.
Thank you, Provost. Good morning, everyone. Isabel McKnight, Chief Operating Officer, Communities and Performance. The purpose of this paper is to advise members of the proposed changes and to seek approval on recommendations at point 1.1 that service-led purchases for contracts will increase from 5k to 10k. It is envisaged that this will provide more scope for local suppliers to bid successfully for public contracts. It is also anticipated that this will have a positive effect on local economic growth and in particular give scope to deliver local jobs and enable resources from within the strategic commissioning team to be directed to the council's key strategic requirements and contracts. At point 1.2, that contracts of a value in excess of 1.5 million will seek approval from council or the relevant committee prior to the opportunity being taken to market. This will provide members with more input and strategic approval at the outset of a programme or a project. The contract award will continue to be reported back to elected members via the bulletin. Council is also asked to note points 2, 3 and 4 of the recommendations. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the officer? I don't see any. Councillor Barrow.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I think on Monday evening I sent in a query to the author of the paper on how many contracts there are likely to be between, say, the value of 1 million and 1.5 million. Apologies if I did receive a response. I couldn't find a response. So I was interested in what the potential would be if that limit of 1.5 million were reduced, but I didn't want to make
any proposal that would render that unmanageable if there were many contracts. I can't imagine there are that many contracts above £1 million. So could I ask that question again? How many contracts typically might we expect between the values of 1 million and 1.5 million?
Thank you, Councillor Beryl. Yes, I can come back on that. The last year, obviously this is a variable, so I only based it on last year. So last year we let 160 contracts. 144 were less than £1 million. 3 were between 1 and 1.5 million, and 13 were over 1.5 million. Again, I have to emphasise that's a variable figure, but on average we let around 150 contracts per annum.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Brisley.
I have an amendment to the report, convener, and perhaps members could see that at the moment, if it's in order to move it just now.
I don't see any further questions, Councillor Brisley, so I think you can move your amendment. I believe we have a copy that we can put on screen.
I have circulated it, and really there's in the recommendations there's no change to 1.1, and again I thought 1.5 million was too high. I'm recommending contracts in excess of 750,000 should go to committee. No change to the other recommendations, but an additional recommendation and to remit to the convener of Finance and Economy, the deputy convener and opposition spokesperson, to work with officers to review Stirling Council financial regulations, with a report coming back to a future meeting of council. I think if we're changing it, I had a concern that 1.5 million was too high, therefore the reduction to 750,000, and I think we really need to look at our financial standing orders, because they are referred to in the contract standing orders, and I have had discussions with officers, and I would have preferred the financial regulations to be reviewed first. But I'm willing to go ahead and agree most of it with the addition of recommendation 5.
Thank you. Is there a seconder to these amended recommendations?
Yes, Provost. Councillor Laurie, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Laurie?
I reserve my right, Provost.
Right, thank you. I'm throwing this open to the floor. Councillor Benny.
Yeah, Provost, I'm very glad to see that we've got to the stage now where we can review the standing order, the contract standing order, so that the members have their say before we go into the procurement process. It's always been a concern of mine that we have our say at the end of it, where it's almost impossible to change it by that point, and we'd be getting the council into serious hot water if we did. So actually being able to kind of outline to officers what our expectations for large contracts are will give them far better guidance in terms of what they need to be able to do in terms of actually procurement. Many members will know I worked in procurement a wee bit, and when a customer came back at the end and said, "Oh, I need to change this bit about the procurement," after you just spent 3 months procuring a £2 million piece of kit, it was, shall we say, frustrating from a procurement point of view, but also it could create significant legal problems as well. So I think it's very good to see these changes. In terms of the review of the financial regulations, I think that makes a lot of sense. And in terms of the contract limit, I think that is something which does need to be kept under constant review. £750,000, I'm happy to go with that. I think we would want to review that if all of a sudden it swamped the committees with vast numbers of procurement papers, or indeed it slowed procurement down in an unacceptable way. I think that would be something that we'd want to keep under review consistently, but I'm content with what's being proposed.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Maturi.
Yeah, so we'll just likewise I welcome this change, and I welcome the reduction to the £250,000 limit from that. But just similar to Councillor Beryl's point, and appreciate Councillor Benny's point of reviewing it. But do we have an approximate idea of how many additional contracts we should bring to council or committee for review, as opposed to the 1.5 million limit?
Thank you. I see that the Chief Executive wants to come in. Carol.
Thanks, Provost. Carol Beattie, Chief Executive. There's a few points in here I think that it would be wise just to bring members' attention to at this point. And the first one, Councillor Majuri, is that question of how many contracts would come forward to business of council and committee if this limit were to be reduced to the extent that it's been proposed in the amendment as it stands. And I think Isabel's probably the best person to answer that. The point that I was going to come in and talk about is point 5. So the financial regulations sit in the remit of the Chief Finance Officer. They shouldn't be remitted to a convener. It's inappropriate and would be a breach of the Code of Conduct. So that would be my advice to Council. That's not an appropriate amendment. Isabel, can I ask you to come in terms of the levels, please, of the reduction? That would be helpful.
Yeah, Isabel?
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of the level, if I go on last year's figure, my view is that the 750k would be unworkable. That would see a significant increase in workload in terms of reporting, and would, in my view, would almost paralyse operations, particularly across social work and infrastructure and environment. My guesstimate, and it is only a guesstimate because I don't have all of the detail in front of me, but if I use the figure of the 150 contracts from last year, you could be talking about a 40% increase.
Thank you. Julia. Julia, you have your hand.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Provost. I think this is unusual in that we were not able to discuss this in advance, and we've had short notice of this. So there's quite a lot to think about in reducing the limit from 1.5 million to 750. And I worry that there are possible repercussions in other governance documentation that we have not had an opportunity to look at before members make that decision. I do also worry about the capacity of the committee to handle this volume. I think Isabel mentioned a figure, correct me if I'm wrong, of 144 contracts under $1 million. Is that correct? So all of these contracts, if this proposal is approved, would be going to committee. I would sound a note of extreme concern about the capacity of committees to cope, and a note of extreme concern about that being the proper governance route for us to do business in Stirling. And I would be very concerned that we would be slowing down the business of Stirling across key areas such as social care and indeed our capital projects. So I would like to give that advice to members and to support the Chief Executive in that. I would also support the Chief Executive's concern, the proper officer, Section 95 officer, who can indeed speak for himself, is here today. It is his responsibility to draw up and amend the scheme of financial, the financial regulations. And we have undertaken, both the Chief Executive and I have undertaken to do that in conjunction with the newly appointed Chief Financial Officer. I should say that the financial regulations should be updated. They haven't been updated for a significant period. However, I would say that they are fit for purpose in the sense that they do the job that we need them to do at the moment, and they provide appropriate controls. And our audit committee is happy with that, as are external auditors. So I would suggest that whilst obviously it's for council to approve our fin regs, I think the recommendation is perhaps worded in a slightly unfortunate way, and perhaps if we turned it around a little bit, to be done in conjunction and consultation with members, I think that would bring it into an appropriate scope. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas.
I think you've, Julia just asked the question, but I just wanted a little bit of clarification. But Julia, with the amendment and what the Carol said, Okay, would your ruling be that the amendment is an appropriate one or not, one that could be legally sustained?
I don't think that's the question. The amendment 1.2 is competent. I think the real question is it workable for Stirling and the business that we're endeavouring to track? No. My governance advice is that this is not something we could sustain through the committee system appropriately.
Thank you. Councillor Farmer.
Yeah, in terms of recommendation 5, I accept the concerns of Julia and Carol, and rather than to remit to the convener of Finance and Economy and deputy convener and the opposition spokesperson, it would be to consult with the convener of Finance and Economy, because as Julia has alluded to, the review of financial regulations is something officers are keenly aware of, that require to be done and are going to be done or are being done, and therefore to consult rather than to remit would take away the concerns that have been raised. In terms of the value in excess of 750,000, as Councillor Benny says, I'd be acutely concerned if the committee system was overwhelmed with contracts, and that's something we would have to consider. And again, perhaps Councillor Brisley may want to reflect on the comments that have been made, but certainly with recommendation 5, I would change remit to consult.
Councillor Brisley, would you be prepared to change remit to consult?
Well, in actual fact, possibly the only bit I would change would be to work with the Chief Finance Officer to review the Council's financial regulations, because all I'm asking for is for Council to approve the financial regulations, and if Council is asking the convener and deputy convener and opposition spokesperson to be working with the Chief Finance Officer, going through the financial regulations on his advice, I wasn't intending. It was so that the financial regulations are reflecting what we as members want to see, and who would be approving the financial regulations when they came back. So it was just authorising 3 people from the council to work with the officer. It's not, I'm well aware it's a Chief Financial Officer who would be going through them. So to work with the Chief Finance Officer to review the financial regulations, I don't see anything wrong with that. And the only thing I would say about 1.2 is add a part that said after the first cycle of committees, Council review that figure, just to make sure it is workable, and if it's not workable, the next Council meeting can make a decision. So it would only be for one cycle, and we should know by that time. But there was a feeling that it's too high, and if we want to have oversight, Officer made a very good job in the paper of convincing us that we should have more oversight. And that's exactly what this is intending to do.
Thank you. Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, I think this amendment reflects the council-wide concerns that have been expressed that when contracts have come before us at a late stage, and very often our inability to influence any of the awards of contracts in the past. A number of figures have been thrown about 40%, etc., and 144 contracts. Of course, it's 144 contracts under $1 million. What we don't have is the figure, but that's between number of contracts between $750,000 and the $1.5 million. So it's not 144 contracts we're thinking about. That figure was given was under £1 million. So I don't know what that goes to. And I don't read there's any intention to take away the responsibility. Indeed, we could not take away the responsibility from the head of finance to draw up the financial regulations. But I think there is certainly a wish to be involved in the drawing up of them. The ownership of that must sit, and they must be comfortable and agree with the head of finance. But that sense, I think, that you're getting from across the council is that wish to be involved in the detail in that before it is simply presented for agreement. And as has been said, 750,000 is the figure that's in the amendment, and we can of course review it once we see what the actual number of contracts that are coming forward, and we can take a judgment at that point. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Julia, you wanted to come in.
Could I perhaps, I realise that the Chief Operating Officer, Isabel McKnight, has her hand up, so I don't particularly want to steal her thunder, but can I suggest that this is a very significant proposal, and officers have expressed concern about the implications for the council and its business, and indeed the people we serve. Can I suggest perhaps that we indeed, Councillor Houston, I don't know that we do have a figure that would accurately tell us how many contracts we'd have required to come to committee over 750k in the last year. Isabel may tell me otherwise, but I think that does underline the point that none of us sitting here at this moment in time actually knows. But we as officers anticipate that actually there will be quite a number, and we have concerns about the flow through of business. It may well be appropriate to continue this matter to the next meeting in order that we can find this evidence for you and consider the matter, because we only became aware of this matter around about 5 minutes before the start of the meeting. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. We have a suggestion that we should defer this paper to the next meeting in order that it can be further explored by officers.
I am happy, convener, to move deferral to the next meeting.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that, Provost.
Thank you. Is there general agreement?
Provost, Provost, it's Neil here. I am a wee bit concerned with regards to not so much tracks. Would it be, I don't know if it's governed from a standing orders point of view, possible simply to defer item 1.2 on Councillor Brisley's motion and to agree the rest of it? It would also allow us to start the work on the financial regulations, just as a suggestion, Provost.
Right, Councillor MacDonald, you wanted to come in. Councillor MacDonald?
Sorry, I crashed out there. Everything that was said just before I crashed out was fine, so I'm happy.
Right, Councillor Kane.
Thank you, Provost. I'm more than happy to go with the Councillor Brisley's recommendations on this, but the other way we could do it is pass the motion as it's amended, and we're getting very good at having special councils in this building for odd things here and there. So if it is unworkable, I think we were already suggesting we could amend number 2 to say for one cycle, but if it turns out it's unworkable before that, then we can have another meeting and change it there. The fear I have is that this seems to be gaining support within the majority of the council. The councillors, the elected members, are saying this is the case. We need to get moving with this. This paper has been on the go for a while now, and deferring it doesn't seem to be getting us anywhere. So we could go with this and amend it if necessary, rather than defer it and bring something else back. But again, I'm more than comfortable to go with what Councillor Brisley recommends.
Thank you. Julia?
I don't know if the Chief Operating Officer, Isabel McKnight, would like to come in. She has her hand up, Provost.
Isabel?
Thank you, Provost. I just wanted to point out that we do have figures for last year, so I wanted to make a suggestion. I think the pressure an officer of moving to £750,000 with immediate effect would be catastrophic for operational activities across, particularly in infrastructure and environment and social work. That's my officer's advice. I think we do have figures, and the figures tell me that last year we only let 3 contracts between 1 and 1.5 million. So can I make a suggestion as an interim that we reduce the excess to 1 million, and officers will do the work and come back with you with more up-to-date information on what a reduction of 750k would look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Errol.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I'm going to echo what Councillor Houston said earlier. An overriding concern I have about this is to ensure that we do at least make some kind of decision here that's going to enable, as in 1.2, that contracts at whatever level are coming before committee at that earlier stage, because that, I think, is an absolutely key point that many of us have commented on. So I just don't want us to lose sight of that when we're having a discussion over where the line should be.
Thank you. Julia.
I hesitate because I have said quite a lot, but I think I would say to councillors that before you make such a significant decision, which Isabel McKnight has indicated could be catastrophic, that you should have good solid evidence before you in order that you can do that, and you don't have that today. So my advice to you would be that the matter's continued in order that you can have good solid evidence before you. Councillor Benny's correct. We had hoped to bring this paper earlier in the year because there are matters that need to be sorted out, not least to reduce our risk of exposure to legal challenge in terms of our procedure at the moment. So I certainly would be in favour of, clearly it's not my decision, of sorting that in order that we do have procedures that are compliant as are set out in the contract standing orders. But I would caution members, I really do think you need full officer advice and evidence before you make a decision to reduce levels to such an extent. I would also still, the amendment number 5, I would say that using the word remit implies a power, and I don't think that is appropriate in terms of members' role in strategic oversight. And I would recommend that you use the word consult, as was suggested by the leader.
Councillor Thomas.
Would it be appropriate to suggest an amendment that 1.2 was changed to 1 million and the remit was changed to consult? Such an amendment, okay, I would be happy to support and even put forward.
Would these amendments solve the problems, Julia?
You're still reducing the level quite significantly. I would always be in favour of status quo in order that you can be presented with full evidence in order that we can all make an evidence-based decision. I don't have the evidence before me in order to know what I would have to do to facilitate Finance and Economy Committee. So I think that's the prudent thing to do, that decision at 1.2, because we're all frankly just stabbing about in the dark at the moment. We don't have the evidence to make what is a very important decision, and that remains my recommendation to you all.
Right, we had a motion proposed by Councillor Brisley and seconded by, I can't remember who seconded the motion to defer this item.
Councillor Lorry.
Thank you, Councillor Lorry. And we don't.
Convener, can I make a suggestion? I mean,
yes, come in.
Surely the number of contracts, it wouldn't take that long to go through to tell us. Surely an officer could be asked to go away, look at through the contracts. I'm sure there'll be a list of them. And tell us how many there are between 750 and £1 million.
I suggest that we should go to the vote for deferring this item. because there clearly isn't agreement.
Well, can we defer
Provost,
apart from item 5 so that we can get the work started and change it? The convener of finance and economy, deputy convener, opposition spokesperson, consult with the chief finance officer to review Stirling Council's regulations. I mean, I'm finding this hard to deal with, because this council has the right, surely, to ask any of its members to go away and work with an officer in order to review a piece of work that is obviously of concern to members. It cannot be right that that's not legal to do.
Councillor Brisley, you actually proposed the motion that we should defer this meeting.
Defer all items apart from item 5, so that we can start the work of looking at the financial regulations. That's charging officers to get that done.
I think we're going to have, I'm going to ask for a short adjournment so that we can work out exactly what this amendment is. So can we stop the recording, please? Thank you. This is the reconvened meeting of Stirling Council. Can we have a roll call vote, please? Can we have a roll call, please?
Of course, Provost. Councillor Benison.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Benny.
I'm here.
Councillor Barrow.
Present.
Councillor Brisley. Councillor Brisley. Councillor Davis.
Present.
Councillor Dodds.
Present.
Councillor Earl.
Present.
Councillor Farmer.
Present.
Councillor Flanagan.
Present.
Councillor Gibson.
Present.
Councillor Houston.
Present.
Councillor Hutchison. Councillor Hutchison. Councillor Keane. Councillor Hutchison, was that you? Sorry.
Present, yes, I'm here.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
having a few tech issues.
Councillor Keane.
Present.
Councillor Laurie.
Yeah, present.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah.
Councillor Majuri.
Present.
Councillor MacDonald.
Yeah.
Councillor McGill.
I'm here.
Councillor Oxborough.
Present.
Councillor Simpson.
Present.
Councillor Thompson.
Present.
Councillor Tolamash.
Yes, I'm here.
And Councillor Tweed's given apologies. Councillor Brisley, are you back on the call?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Everybody's back. Provost, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Brisley, I believe you have amended your motion. Would you like to
yes, I have.
Tell us what you propose.
I think I've sent it to IOA.
Yes, I've got it. I'll share that just now. Bear with me.
I did send some text over, Councillor Brisley. I don't know if you got that and it was helpful.
I got it too late, but I think hopefully what I've got is okay. I've amended the value to in excess of 1 million, and the convener of item 5, convener of finance and economy, etc., to consult with the chief finance officer to review the Stirling Council financial regulations. As in the scheme of delegation, it is remitted to finance and economy to regularly review the financial regulations. So we're only doing what we're remitted from council to do anyway. So, but instead of the report coming back to finance and economy, it will go to a future meeting of the council. And also, taking on board Julia's point, I'm willing to change it to 1 million, but I think just to make sure we're all okay with it, review the decision at the next meeting of council. So if there's any problems, we can be made aware of it at the next meeting. There can be clarification sought then, the number of contracts between 750 and 1 million, and if it's unworkable, it's unworkable.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Councillor Laurie, I'm happy to second that.
I see Jim Boyle has his hand up. Jim.
Jim Boyle, Chief Finance Officer. Thanks, Provost. I think the wording of the additional recommendation, item 5, is the one I want to comment on, and I think we maybe just need to consider the wording of that, because I think the way it's framed at the moment, I think the focus is not right. I think there's a specific statutory responsibility on the Section 95 officer to put in place appropriate arrangements for the management of the council's financial affairs, and that's where the document should come from. So I think the wording that Julia had provided, I think is more appropriate, and I would ask Councillor Brisley to consider that, which is to agree that the Chief Finance Officer and the Chief Governance Officer review the documents and consult with the appropriate elected members and officers, for that matter, prior to a set of proposals being brought back for consideration by council. So I think maybe the focus of it there should really be, it's not about the the elected members mentioned there, consulting with the Chief Financial Officer, it's actually the other way around.
I'm quite happy to change it to Chief Financial Officer to review Stirling Council financial regulations in consultation. Does that sort the problem?
I think so.
Just changing it round a bit. But it is delegated to Finance and Economy to keep the financial regulations under review. It's under 3B in the scheme of delegation.
Right, can we, so Councillor Brisley, you're prepared to change 5?
I'm prepared to change it to the Chief Financial Officer to review Stirling Council's financial regulations in consultation with the convener, deputy convener and opposition spokesperson.
Right, I see that's been changed on the screen.
Is that fair enough? That's changing it round, and making it quite clear that it's the Chief Financial Officer's going to review them in consultation.
I think I would obviously make the point which Jim has done. There'll be a number of other officers involved, and actually the Fin regs do provide that Chief Officer Governance is also required to be part of the review, but I'm happy if it's changed round to that because that works.
Thank you.
That works, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Provost, but we need to get this right in terms of the minute. And Eileen's doing a very good job, but it's incredibly difficult to type live and try and listen to what we're all going on about. So it's not the right way round as yet. So can I suggest, perhaps in the interest of expediency, that between Jim and I, we will redraft that. We will ensure it's run by Councillors Brisley and Laurie, but it will say something to the effect of the Chief Finance Officer will review the Stirling Council financial regulations in consultation with, I see Eileen's moving it around, in consultation with those members that are listed, if members are happy with that.
So you're happy with that, Councillor Brisley?
I think, Provost, that Carol, perhaps the Chief Executive, may want to
her hand's not
say
up.
something. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Well, right. I'm happy with what's there. I mean, obviously, other relevant officers.
Carol.
Thanks, Provost. The comment that I was just seeking to make was that we're changing figures on an arbitrary basis here. You know, we've talked about lack of evidence to move down the way from the recommendation that was given. We've heard words like catastrophic impact, etc. And I'd just like to leave it at that. We are giving quite strong advice from officers that we think this will have an effect quite considerably in the smooth running of council business. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Right.
I'm sorry, could I make a comment? I mean, on the basis of what Carol said, Isabel said there was 3 contracts between 1 million and 1.5 million. Only 3. Reviewing the decision at the next meeting of council takes account of what Isabel mentioned, the 750,000 was going to have a catastrophic impact. Reviewing the decision at the next meeting of council will let us know that.
Perhaps we should say that if it does raise problems, we could hold a special meeting to sort it out.
We can do that anyway, Provost.
Yeah.
Can I caution against binding ourselves to do any other special meetings? And as the leader says, we can be flexible if we need to.
Right. I really think we have to come to a conclusion on this.
I'm prepared to. I move what is on the screen as the amendment.
And we have a seconder. Councillor Laurie, are you still seconding this?
Yes, happy to second it still, Provost.
Right. Are we in agreement? Can we agree these new recommendations?
Agreed.
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 Okay. In that case, not hearing any dissenting voices, then we have agreed those recommendations. So we will now move back to item 7.
Apologies, I have a very short point of order to make. This debate has not been Stirling Council at its best. I feel. I know that the standing orders are not flexible enough to allow for advice to come in after resolutions have been moved. I would say at this stage that I think it'd be useful for us to reflect on how this has gone and what policies and procedures and perhaps amendments to standing orders may need to come forward with regards to that. I just say that there without necessarily asking for a ruling from you. Reach out to the other group leaders and possibly the chief executive for us to meet to discuss this, because I think this will be a good point for us to learn in terms of how we get advice, how we receive advice, how we take advice, how we then adapt our motions to that and make sure that we're able to make these decisions in a much clearer way, especially when these things are being broadcast.
Right, I agree. We now move back to the agenda. Item 7, General Fund Budget Strategy Update, report by Chief Officer Finance. Jim.
Thanks, Provost. So the report sets out an update on a number of the factors that feed into the developing budget strategy for the council. Members will be aware, obviously, that a more formal budget meeting will take place in February, and by that time a number of these factors that feed into this report may have been clarified. Probably the most significant of those will be the government grant. Clearly there's an announcement being made in Parliament this afternoon on the Scottish budget. But that won't give the local government grant down to individual council level. That will come, we're led to believe, on the 20th of December. So that's still to be clarified. When the budget is announced this afternoon, clearly there will be some interpretation of what that means for local government, but it won't be down to individual council level. So there's a number of issues in the paper, Provost. I'm happy to take any questions that the members may have. We'll set out a range of scenarios in here, and as I say, they will come more to fruition in the coming weeks prior to budget setting. Happy to take any questions, Provost.
Thank you. Questions to the officer? Councillor Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. My question is about the assumptions on inflation. In para 210, you're talking about the existing assumption of 1.75%, but in 213 and 214, we've got the figures from the OBR inflation at going up to over 4%. Can you quantify how concerned you are about the effects that higher inflation will have on the budget?
Yeah, so clearly there's an interplay between non-pay inflation and pay inflation. Our bargaining process clearly for next financial year hasn't begun. We haven't resolved all of the pay negotiations for the current year, for that matter. And there will be pressure coming from just the cost of living in the economy generally. And, you know, there's been a number of, what we have seen inflation, non-pay inflation going up. In recent years, we have had the policy in recent budgets of providing for uplifting inflation where it's absolutely unavoidable. But we had noted and throughout the report a number of cost pressures such as gas, where the increases have been way above the general rate of inflation. We have budgeting for care home contracts at higher than the normal rate of inflation, but the question, I think, is what is the normal rate of inflation and how will that impact on our budgets generally? But there is some economic commentary out there that would suggest that the inflationary pressure will ease back towards the end of next financial year or mid next financial year. But these are forecasts at the moment, and we need to treat them as such because the situation, because of the supply chain issues, because of general pressures, because of fuel prices, is fluctuating, but there certainly has been a more of an increase than there has been in previous years, where inflation has been generally very stable. So it is a concern.
Thank you, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Provost. My question is kind of linked to the tail end of your response, Jim, on that. at 2.19, page 20, you talk about other unavoidable cost pressures. I just want to try and get an understanding of what you've actually built into these assumptions when it comes to supply chain, cost of materials, contract price increases, and other pressures that we're all very well aware of. But what's built into these assumptions for those specific difficulties?
So the supply chain issues are more going to affect the capital programme, but not exclusively so. It will bring pressures on a number of our revenue budgets as well. So for example, we have raised the assumption on care inflation up to 4%. We have increased a number of others within the overall scenario, but none of us know exactly how that's going to actually transpire. We've built in an extra 400,000 for the gas inflation. Not all of our contracts are coming up for renewal next year, but the market intelligence we have is that those that are may be going up by as much as 22%. So we have reflected that in there. So there's as mentioned in the report, an extra 400,000 provided for those contracts that we think may be increasing. So it's been a tailored approach, Councillor Errol, but we have raised the assumptions where we feel that where it's most likely to be felt as in terms of the acute impact on the budget. So we've built in a number of increases, but they are assumptions at this point in time, obviously, and we would want to keep that under review.
Okay, and thank you. Provost, I have a second one, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, page 20, 2.20, the council tax assumptions. Has there been any indication from Scottish Government at all regarding a repeat of what they put in place last year with the equivalent of a 3% rise? Because I note in 2.21, council tax will be increased by 3% is an assumption built in. And again, it's a point myself and others have made before. We're just not comfortable with the council tax rise being built in as a baseline assumption on this. And unless there was something from Scottish Government indicating they might be covering this, I would still be concerned about that assumption being made.
Okay. The short answer to the first part of your question is no, we don't know what the policy will be from Scottish Government. We'll find that out on the 20th of December. And just to remind members more generally that and you have referred to Councillor Earl, that the arrangement last year was for councils who wish to maintain a freeze would receive an element of government grant, which was commensurate with the 3% increase. In previous years, councils had the ability to raise council tax linked to the GDP deflator figure plus 2%, which varied from year to year. So there has been a differing treatment of what would be permissible for councils to increase council tax by each year. There is a general planning assumption in there of 3%, and certainly we can tie that to the figure that was the government grant last year was linked to. However, it is clearly it's a political decision. It's a decision a council can make to vary that assumption in February. But we need a basis of a planning assumption, and 3% is what we have used in recent years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Provost. Jim, in para 2.34, you talk about the level reserves forecast to be 7.3 million. Can you just clarify whether that's net of the transfer of 1.5 million from reserves to cover the additional repair costs for the bridges?
Yes, it is, Councillor Davis. But obviously, we would keep that figure under review. That was the maximum figure we had looked to cover.
So that's after the money's been taken out of the funds.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Benny.
Yeah, Provost, I'd just like to ask Jim, in terms of your recommendation 2, I don't recall seeing a recommendation like that in previous ones. I may just not have noticed it, and maybe more alive to it following the discussion at Finance and Economy regards to the budget consultation. I'm just wondering, what is the what are you asking us to do there? You're asking us to use the information contained in the report as the basis for the development of initial budget strategy and beyond. I'm just wondering if there are revisions to this, or if there are elements of this that perhaps we don't agree with. Does this tie our hands?
Councillor Benny, what that recommendation is asking us to do is to take account of the assumptions that are contained within there. But I think, as we've said throughout the report, a lot of these assumptions can and will change. It's really just asking the council to take cognizance of what's contained within the report, whether it be grant, whether it be inflation, pay, etc. It's not tying the council to use any of these figures that will come forward in the report to council in February. But this report simply asks the council to take account of the information that's presented in here, many of which are obviously assumptions, as I have said.
So just for absolute clarity, the use of the word use there rather than note, because from what you're saying to me in terms of these could change, anything can happen. It's always a funny one to do this on the same day when the Cabinet Secretary is just about to get up on her feet and tell us what the budget settlement's about to be, which is the biggest item of this. That we're not locking in things at this stage in terms of the budget. That effectively that recommendation is to know the information contained in this report and use it as the basis of the development of initial budget strategy. It's not to tie us to that. We are simply noting it.
Absolutely, Councillor Benny. That's noting and using the information, but not tying the council in terms of political decisions. That will come in February.
Right, that's fine, Provost. I just want to make sure that I don't get something thrown at me from other members of the council that there's some 6-month rule issue with regards to approving this paper today, because otherwise I'd be quite uncomfortable with that. That's fine.
Thank you, Councillor Benny. Are there any further questions? There being none, is someone prepared to propose the recommendations?
I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I'm happy to second, Provost.
Councillor Laurie, thank you. Are we in agreement? We agree these recommendations.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. We now move on to item 8, which is Stirling Council's 2021 Annual Performance Report. And we have an officer to speak to this.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, Adam Bowie, Business Planning and Performance Manager, Chief Operating Officer, has asked me to present this report. This report provides a summary of the Council's work for the last financial year, reflecting on the pandemic response and the achievements of the year. Council is asked to note the 2020-2021 Annual Performance Report, which lists the achievements and reports performance against each of the Council's 6 strategic priorities. Thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions to the officer? Councillor Talmash.
Thank you. I have, the 2 questions. Page, the 75, the percentage of the households in extreme fuel, poverty, and this was, had decreased up to 2017-19. I think there'll be a lot of people who will be very concerned that this is actually going to go in the opposite direction. So I'm just interested to say, what are we trying to do to help those people in our communities who are going to be severely affected over the next few months because of the price in fuel?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. As I'm not the kind of service expert or service lead on that area, I'll probably have to take that question and get back to the councillor with the response we're having in terms of the performance there.
Thank you. We actually have Isabel McKnight on with her hand raised. Isabel, do you want to speak?
Yes, I may be able to answer Councillor Tolmarsh's question. If you look at the COVID recovery and renewal report, you will see that fuel poverty has an action. So what we have done, we provided a briefing note to members. If you haven't already got that, I'll make sure that you get that, Councillor Tolmarsh. We have put significant resource into our advice services, doing what we can to make sure that individuals' income is maximised, and also take the opportunity to support them with their energy providers. So there has been 2 individuals who are working with a third sector organisation. Third sector organisation, I believe, is the Weir Group, who are contracted in Forth Valley to support individuals. So all of that work is going on behind the scenes.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good to hear that reply. And my next question is on page 97, and it's to do with the total, the household waste recycled or composted, and that had decreased over the period. Now, I just want to say, is this to do with lockdown and the COVID and the bins and staff being off? So what's the reason for that? So that's quite a significant actual change there. Thank you.
I have Bruce Reiki with his hand up. Bruce, do you want to respond to this?
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Councillor Tolmarsh, for the question. It's Bruce Reiki, Senior Manager for Environment and Place. You're absolutely right, Councillor Tolmarsh. We obviously, at the start of lockdown, had to suspend a number of our curbside services, and obviously as well our household waste and recycling centres were closed for a number of months as well, and that has had a direct impact on the amount of recycling that was actually undertaken during the year.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Hi, thanks, Adam. I know on page 53 that you say that every child in primary 6 has had a free Chromebook, but it's really for noting, really. But the issue has been at some schools, particularly Culloden Primary School, who've had free Chromebooks, but the Wi-Fi has not been able to cope with it. So these Chromebooks have actually been not able to be used in terms of teaching, because the Wi-Fi simply cannot cope with the extra demand. So I think we need to be careful with the data we present here as to just giving us the good news, but actually needs to be joined up so that when you're providing more hardware, we also have to have the infrastructure in place to be able to support it. Can you comment on that?
Is that a question, Councillor Davis? What's your question?
It was more a comment that actually I think we need to be careful what we put in the report here. It needs to be joined up. I mean, Chromebooks are fine, but we need to have the infrastructure. If I can, I go on to a second question on page 50.
Well, I think Bryony Monaghan, our Chief Education Officer, I saw her hand up. Bryony?
Yes, thank you. It's Bryony Monaghan, Interim Head of Education and Chief Education Officer. It was, I mean, I took my hand down recognising it wasn't a question, just to say we've had significant discussions about the challenges we have with connectivity in Culloden and some of our other rural settings, and in Children and Young People Committee, and there's been a lot of information provided about work which is ongoing rapidly to address that.
Good.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. I remind you that we're on questions.
Yes, the second question is on page 52. You have a figure for the number of births in the local authority area. It's only half the story. It'd be nice to get the figures for deaths and net migration as well. Is that possible to get?
Who can answer that? Isabel.
Yes, Councillor, we can get you that information.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? I don't see any, so can I ask someone to move the recommendations?
Happy to move the recommendations, Provost.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Happy to second.
Are we in agreement? Are we in agreement with the recommendations?
Agreed.
Agreed. Everyone's agreed? Right, thank you. We'll move on to the next item, which is item 9, Stirling Council Key Priorities Progress Update. Isabel.
Thank you, Provost. Isabel McKnight, Chief Operating Officer, Communities and Performance. This report provides an update on the progress of key priorities and sub-priorities. The administration set out back in 2017 84 key priorities grouped under the 6 pillars of education and social care, tackling poverty and welfare cuts, creating affordable housing, economic growth, environment and infrastructure improvements, and making Stirling a must-visit destination. Over the course of 2021, officers have been able to make good progress in delivery of the key priorities while maintaining considerable effort and focus in responding to the pandemic. A summary of the status of all key priorities is presented in Appendix 1. This shows 43 completed and 41 in progress. Of the 41 in progress, 30 are expected to be completed by March 2022. Appendix 2 presents detailed progress updates for key priorities, sub-priorities and sub-actions, including explanation of programmes and delivery. Council is asked to note the progress made towards delivery of the Council's key priorities and note the actions due for completion in the final quarter of 2021-22. Myself and others on the call will be happy to answer any questions members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Do we have any questions? Councillor MacDonald.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask about page 176. It was all about the energy projects. The percentages are very low on these, so I just wanted to find out what happened to that whole project.
Who's going to? Drew Leslie, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, Councillor MacDonald, thanks for your question. Drew Leslie, Senior Manager for Infrastructure. There has been a number of energy projects progressed and we're continuing to do that. I would note the work on the Regional Energy Master Plan, which is the principal project to identify the projects that will be able to be progressed in our communities as well, and that that's part of the city and region deal, so that will strongly influence what we're going to do in the future. Officers are also working through on projects through the Scottish Cities Alliance as well, so there is an amount of work ongoing under that area, and I think officers would be happy to brief you in more detail on that too, Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Hi, thanks very much, Provost. On page 172, KPEO4, you're talking about the business case for community-owned utility company. I'm just wondering, in the light of the recent failures of many small energy companies throughout the UK, whether the case for this is still there.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Davis. Again, Drew Leslie, Senior Manager for Infrastructure. Yeah, that's I think that point's highlighted. As the report notes, we had a business case undertaken to give us some background and better information on this, and it did point to us, not progressing in the way that had been initially prompted, but again developing our own projects through the Regional Energy Master Plan. I would also note that we were looking at what the national approach was, and I think the consultation on a National Public Energy Agency has just commenced in the last couple of weeks, due to close I think in February, which is to give a coordinated approach towards energy across the country, a people-centred approach, and we'll start to get the public sector working together. So that information's out there and officers are currently reviewing it at the moment.
Right, if I can ask a second question on page 174, KPEO5, really the same question of questioning the business case for a community-owned public transport company, given the widespread problems that the private sector is experiencing. I wonder how we think we can offer better service.
Hi, Councillor Davis, thanks for the question. Again, the national picture has changed quite considerably post-COVID, and officers are in dialogue with the commercial operators and understanding what's going on there, and attempted to influence it. The areas that need requirement and support are dealt with. I would say that the council have progressed a lot of work around our own transport with our ASN. It's been a successful project. We've brought in EV transport to make this more sustainable. So our own approach has been about decarbonising that. We've also started work around the park and ride services and looking at our wider supported bus services as well. So there is a considerable amount of work going on to that, and we recognise the external influences and the disruption in the market at the moment.
Thank you. I see Brian Roberts has his hand up. Brian, do you want to come in here?
Thanks, Provost. Brian Roberts, Chief Operating Officer for Infrastructure and Environment. So just Councillor Davis, just to add to Drew's update there, we're also still waiting on the guidance and advice from Transport Scotland, which is due now in 2022, on how any municipal services would operate. So as Drew said, a lot of the work that's been done already on the ASN and looking at the options around running some of the services that we contract directly, such as the park and ride, would play into that. But we really need to wait on that guidance coming from Transport Scotland so that we're clear on how that would operate. And considerations being given to how that could operate within Stirling, but actually is there a wider Forth Valley opportunity there as well?
Thank you. Councillor Thomas.
Okay, thank you. On page 139, it's great to see the work that has been done in conjunction with the community planning partnership. But my impression is that the council must be doing a lot more of this type of thing in other things. So it's just my impression here that this doesn't actually do justice to what the council is doing. And if it is, I just have a feeling that this will not do as the word describes to tackle the divergence. And actually, so my question is, what evidence is there that the work that is being done by the council is even starting to tackle this?
Can I have an officer to answer that question? Isabel?
I'm going to hand over to Stuart Oliver. I think this is quite a wide remit in terms of our contribution, so it's maybe appropriate that Stuart and Bryony give their perspective, but I think it's something that we could write about forever, to be honest. I'll let them give their perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thanks, Provost. Morning, members. Stuart Oliver, Senior Manager for Economic Development and Communities. So I think that's a wider question, but I understand the question, Councillor Thomas, and it probably needs a separate kind of discussion and briefing. But in essence, that's a whole range of work that's been done through and with the community planning partnership in terms of that overall health inequality and other inequalities that characterise some areas of our economy and society. And a very brief snapshot is that the work that the community planning partnership are doing, specifically focusing on the locality action plans, which cover our 8 areas of deprivation, is progressing well and more collaboratively than ever. And there's a really strong resource plan now that's been delivered in partnership. So there's a lot of things happening. But if you're okay with that, I think that's a kind of separate briefing, because it's so wide and it would take a long time to kind of go over all the things that council and partners are doing to contribute towards that.
So I understand that, but in the report,
Councillor Thomas, Ryan Monica has her hand up. She may be able to further light on this.
Thank you. Yes, I've hesitated in a way to put my hand up because we've quite a full briefing in the document about activity in schools, learning, education, and absolutely understand that is only one strand of the much bigger task of tackling divergence of health inequalities between communities. However, I would say that we have moved a huge distance in terms of the work that we do through schools learning education, for example, through parent and family support and working in partnership with advice services and many other strands of work that I think are laid out in the paper. But as Stuart says, it's a very big topic, and it would be probably more useful to take a bit of time to pull those strands together.
Okay, thank you very much. Just that I don't think it gives an impression on all the council is actually involved in. My next question, if you don't mind, I promise, is on page 191, and it's about increasing the cycling and the walking routes. It's actually about net bikes. Next Bikes has been a successful scheme in Stirling and has been around for a few years, and it's helped a lot of people to start to go to commute, etc. So my question is the viability of the Next Bike scheme still okay, and what is the council trying to do to sustain that scheme?
Drew?
Yeah, Drew Leslie, Senior Manager for Infrastructure. Thanks for the question, Councillor Tolmarsh. Yes, the Next Bike scheme has been successful. The Next Bike scheme is not managed or contract managed by Stirling Council directly, but we have supported, and in partnership with Transport Scotland, we've allocated funding to assist with Forth Environment, like with their management of the scheme. It's, they have had challenges. We've worked with them, we've worked with Cycling Scotland, we've worked with Stirling University to put interim measures in place. That is ongoing, and the work around that will continue through the winter period so that we will have a reasonably sustainable service for Next Bike in partnership with the university. I think the wider strategic approach to this type of travel will need to be looked at by the council, and plans are being put in place to do that. But we have interim arrangements in place for Next Bike to keep a service maintained in the city and through to the university as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Provost. I have two. First of all, page 153 of the agenda, KPC01, we will commit to not privatising council services. Isn't that narrative somewhat contradictory? It begins, we will commit to not privatising council services, and then it says, and where appropriate, this may require the evaluation of privatised or outsourced solutions.
Thank you. I'm able to answer that. There's probably a missing couple of words there. I think we will commit to not privatising where we can. So I think if that's confusing, then I apologise for that. But clearly we have to do. It's a statutory duty to undertake best value.
Yeah, I think it's important just to clarify that point. Thanks, Isabel. And next one is page 178, the bottom one, KPE10. We will review and enhance the garden maintenance assistance scheme, and the narrative around that, as 100% completed, is that the garden maintenance assistance scheme to private residences was removed. I'm struggling to see how that's an enhancement.
Right, I have Bruce Reekie with his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Provost, and thanks, Councillor Earl, for the question. It's Bruce Reekie, Senior Manager for Environment and Place. The actual delivery of the garden maintenance scheme to private householders was taken as a budget saving, and that was partly because we were struggling to resource that service as well. So it's about being able to prioritise resources to council house owners who require that service, so we can target that support accordingly, Councillor Earl.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. I understood the context. I'm just struggling to see how it can sit with an enhancement as required, if you see my point. But I thank you for the answer. Thank you.
Julia, I see you have your hand up.
Sorry, Provost, it was only from an administrative perspective. Councillor Barrow had problems with his hand raise function, but I think he's now succeeded.
Thank you.
And he's on the list, I beg your pardon. That's fine, thank you. Councillor Bennison.
Councillor Bennison. Thank you very much. 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 Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question on page 147, KPB11, regarding the rent pressure zone. Can I ask why it was just the city centre that's been considered for this? Because I've got constituents who pay nearly half of their weekly pay or monthly pay on rents, and they're really, really struggling to make ends meet because of the high cost of their rents. And I also wanted to ask why the rent pressure zone is not considered to be feasible at this moment.
Stephen Clark.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Benison. It's Stephen Clark here, Chief Officer for Housing. I wasn't privy, I wasn't here at the time the administration set out this priority. But in terms of why it's not feasible at the moment, it's not been implemented anywhere in Scotland as yet because councils have found it very onerous to try and go through and implement such a scheme. It requires a significant amount of research and evidence to undertake something like this. So it's not something that we've been able to take forward, and nor has any other council as yet. And that is, there's awareness of that among the Scottish Government in terms of whether that needs to be revisited in order that it is more workable for councils to take forward in the future.
Thank you. Do you not know why it was just the city centre that was considered? Because I was probably part of the administration at the time as well, and I didn't realise it was just the city centre that was being considered either. I thought it was council-wide.
I'm afraid I don't have that information to hand. It's something I could potentially go and find out about. As I say, though, if it's something that we can revisit, if there's a more workable solution for implementing such a scheme, potentially a wider area could be looked at. If we do some evidence-based gathering around rent prices across the wider area.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Benison. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about page 180, KP 1201, and that was so it's quite a big job to develop this waste and resources plan to ban landfill, but it says in 2021, so we've obviously missed that, and it looks like the due date is 6 months overdue. So I was trying to understand what direction that was going and what solutions we were going to have to be able to do that. As we noted in the previous paper, recycling is also going down.
Bruce Rickey.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Councillor MacDonald, for the question. Obviously, it's stated at 50% at the moment in terms of progress, because we've obviously brought forward the waste transformation programme. We've also developed the waste and recycling bin policy. However, we're very much aware that there are a number of issues that are coming around the corner, both in terms of deposit return scheme, the biodegradable ban on landfill, and very much that wider move to a circular economy as well. So as part of that wider circular economy plan that we're looking at with partners, that would be more of that sort of all-encompassing sort of waste and resources plan as well. But obviously, before we can commit to that, we need to have greater clarity in terms of some of those issues in relation to deposit return and biodegradable ban to landfill.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
Yes, Provost. Councillor Beryl here. Sorry, my hand function isn't operating at the moment.
Councillor Beryl.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Yeah, page 145, KPB09 at the bottom of the page. Fundamental review of all council fees and charges to be completed by the end of March 22. And of course, the budget for next year will need to be set before the conclusion, the targeted conclusion of that review. Could I just ask, will any of the outputs from that review be available to inform the budget setting for next year?
Jim.
Provost, I can come in on that one. Yes, so as part of the setting of the budget for, sorry, it's Jim Boyd, Chief Finance Officer. Part of the setting of the budget for next year, consideration of fees and charges will obviously feature as part of that. Council will need to consider that in the light of the viability of the COVID situation, because clearly we have already reported on numerous occasions to the council the serious hit on council's fees and charge income. So I think any decisions taken on that would need to be taking the light of that impact and the ongoing impact. Clearly, we've had funding to mitigate part of that effect. So, yes, it will come forward as part of the budget strategy discussions. Further consideration of the impact on fees and charges, Councillor Barrow.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? I don't see any hands up, so can I ask someone to propose the recommendations?
Happy to propose the recommendations and take this opportunity to thank officers for all their hard work in doing an absolutely magnificent job in reaching the goals that they have in terms of the administration's priorities. And you know, by the end of the final quarter, we'd be sitting at 86%, and that's truly amazing, considering all the work and upheaval that's been encountered due to the COVID pandemic. So just a big thanks from myself and other members of the administration in terms of all the hard work that you've done to date and continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yes, happy to second and agree wholeheartedly with all of Councillor Farmer's comments.
Thank you. I'm sure we all agree with Councillor Farmer's comments. Are we in agreement with the recommendations?
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed. Thank you. We now move on to item 9, Local Government Benchmarking Framework 2019-2020.
Thank you, Provost. Elaine McNichol, Corporate Services Team Leader. I've been asked to introduce this report. This report presents the annual Local Government Benchmarking Framework, LGBF, performance indicators for the period 2019-20. The LGBF is a comparative benchmarking framework for use by all 32 Scottish councils, providing a set of indicators that cover a range of service areas with an emphasis on costs, outcomes for service users and customer satisfaction. Council is asked to note that new indicators have been added by the LGBF board to strengthen the suite of measures for 2019-20, which are detailed in section 1.6 of the report. Note the amendments made to existing indicators for 2019-20, which are explained in section 1.7. Note the summary of Stirling Council's 2019-20 ranked performance compared to all other councils, national rank, and compared to family group councils, family group rank at Appendix 3. Note the detailed 2019-20 performance results for each LGBF indicator at Appendix 4. And finally, note that the LGBF results are published nationally by the Improvement Service and that a link will be published on the Council's website. The Council's 2019-20 results, Appendices 3 and 4, will also be published on the Council website. I'm happy to take any questions on the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the officer? I don't. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to ask, in the context of the new indicators with regards to the attainment gap, these are in a very real sense historic figures because they haven't been measured for a while in the same way. I wonder if the head of education can perhaps talk to us a little bit about what's happening with our attainment gap in terms of her perception of where it is at the moment, and what action plans she has to address the attainment gap issue, because obviously this is a major focus of national attention. And when we see those figures there, they're quite stark figures showing that Stirling perhaps is certainly near the bottom in terms of its performance on that. I'd like to understand what we're doing to improve that, because this is a very important indicator.
Bryony?
Yes, thank you. It's Bryony Monaghan, Interim Head of Education. So yes, this is a really significant set of measures for us in schools learning and education. Obviously the focus on closing the attainment gap, or what we really are very clearly saying at the moment, is improving the outcomes for children and young people living in poverty or other forms of diversity, because that's a clearer statement of intent for us in schools learning and education at the moment. So, you know, as a service, that's right at the top of our priorities for improvement, and we're working across teams in schools learning education to think very carefully about what the data is telling us in terms of where those gaps occur. We are aware, and we have data being published nationally quite soon, which clearly informs us of that, but we're aware at a local level that the impact of COVID has been much more significant for children and families already living in adversity than it has for those who don't. So that is really given us a sharp focus. So we're working with our learning communities, using data, informing the activity of schools day by day to absolutely, with a sharp lens, look at that area of work. And what we're absolutely clear about is that while that's about the curriculum, it's absolutely about well-being, it's about families, and it's about communities. So that affects our decisions as well in what we're focusing on across the service.
Provost, if I can come back on that, I was hoping for some more specifics. In terms of, you raised the very important point about well-being, and I know that the Audit Scotland have commented recently about the difficulties of measuring well-being, etc., in terms of the attainment gap. But the attainment gap is very much, in terms of these figures and in terms of the national direction, and indeed the things that we've discussed locally, very much focused on improving outcomes for the sort of, you know, the sort of poorest people, the poorest children coming from the poorest backgrounds. And I mean, I know we have the Pupil Equity Fund, and there's another fund which I can't remember the name of it, which I'm sure you'll tell me what it is. And I'd like to know what outcomes we're expecting from our spend on that. Is that something that you're going to bring to Education Committee, or is that something that we can expect to see here at Council? Because I think it is that is quite fundamental when you look at these really stark figures about numeracy and literacy specifically.
Bryony?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I think it's probably relevant to mention that those funds, the Pupil Equity Fund and the Equity Fund for Children with Care Experience, have been reviewed. The whole of the Scottish Attainment Challenge funding has been reviewed very recently with a new plan produced in relation to that. So that actually helps to steer us in a very clear direction about where our focus should lie. So the curricular areas of numeracy and literacy are absolutely sharp in our focus. Because of that, we've very recently allocated new funding that's come in from Scottish Government on a permanent basis, specifically to support for learning teachers and teachers with a focus on additional support needs, in that very wide sense that that's not just about disability, that's also about the impact of poverty and of care experience. So there are actual positive steps we take to allocate resources differentially in order to be better addressing the needs of children in areas, well, with significant aspects of adversity that they're living through. As well as that, this focus on data allows schools to alter their plans and focus their attention where it's absolutely required. But it is something which is perhaps unsurprisingly taking a very long time to make significant improvement on, and COVID has absolutely interrupted that improvement.
Thank you. I see Marie Valente has her hand up. Marie?
So Marie Valente, Senior Manager, Children and Families and Justice. So just to support what my colleague Bryony is saying, there is significant focus on this just now. We are currently working on the Promise Plan 21 to 24, and we will back that up with some performance indicators. So significant funding. We will be hoping to transfer some of our resources upstream right into the more preventative end of it. And we have an application in just now to the Promise Cora Foundation to look at getting some resource to support an intensive family support team that will go into supporting our children and young people in the most deprived communities. And everyone on the screen knows that if they are emotionally supported, then their educational attainment is also likely to improve. Just to say, in the 5.5 years now that I have been in post, for the first time I got a presentation recently from the virtual head team that looked in greater detail at attainment, and it was really quite inspiring. I can see some significant improvements starting. Brian is right, this takes time. It's not going to change overnight, but I was heartened by at least the beginnings of seeing some statistical improvement in some of those attainment figures. Just to point out, it's not just about educational attainment, absolutely right, it's about other things. It's about emotional well-being. Significant resources are being put into that to target the emotional well-being of our young people, and we have taken the advice of our Champions Board and looked at some of the COVID recovery monies being put in to support staff for them to get them through the recovery and worst part and worst effects of COVID-19. So I hope that is reassuring.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Hi, Provost. Just a more general question to start with. In the family groupings, I don't understand why there's two categories. I'm sure it's not the case, but it does look as if rather the local authorities choose which group they're in to present the best impression. I would have thought that if you're one group, you're one group for everything, whether it's social services or environment. Can you talk us through the rationale for having two sets of family groups and only comparing yourself to people you kind of choose to be compared to? It looks a bit odd to me.
Who's going to respond to that?
I can respond to that. Thanks, Provost. The family groups were set way back in 2010 when the LGBF framework was established. So they set two separate groups, one for children's social work and housing indicators, and the other one for environmental, culture and leisure, economic development, corporate and property indicators. The family groups also take into account relative deprivation and affluence and the type of area in which they serve, whether it's urban, semi-rural or rural. So these groupings have been approved by the LGBF board and have been in place since 2010.
Thank you.
Can I have a second question? On page 207, in terms of the measures there are things like cost of maintenance for roads and the percentage of roads that need improvement. But as you know, we've suffered two catastrophic bridge failures in the last 6 months. I would have liked to have seen some sort of output measure of how we stack up compared to other local authorities in the net effects of these policies, because these two bridge failures have had catastrophic impacts on the rural areas. What I'd like to know is that in line, or is it better or worse than other local authority areas?
Bruce Reekie.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks, Councillor Davis, for the question. It's Bruce Reekie, Senior Manager for Environment and Place. I certainly know that there's a national Scots group that looks at bridge maintenance and structures. I don't have a direct answer for you just now, Councillor Davis, but it's certainly something that I can look into. And if that information is available in comparison to the other 31 local authorities, it's certainly something I'm happy to share with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you. I've got a comment to make first, and that's that the way this is presented in black and white.
Councillor MacDonald, questions, please.
Comment, and then I'll make my question. Thank you. What I was just going to say was that the way it's presented, and I hope it's different on the internet, the 3 shades of grey makes it very difficult to determine what's going on. I was just going to ask a quick question about page 205, about the carers not feeling supported at 38%, and I just wondered what we were doing to address that.
Who's going to answer that? I don't see an officer's hand up. Is there an answer to Councillor MacDonald's question? Isabel.
Isabel McKnight, Chief Operating Officer. We do have representative from Children's Social Work and from the Health and Social Care Partnership. So perhaps someone from those services could answer the question.
Marie Valente.
Marie Valente, Children's Services Chief Social Work Officer. Sorry, I'm just asking for clarification on what part of page 205 is being referred to. So there's indicators under adult social care and indicators under children's services. So asking for clarification.
SW04E.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please, Councillor?
SW04E, of carers who feel supported to continue their care role under adult social care services.
Okay, if I could ask Wendy Forrest, I think, is on the call, if Wendy could respond to that one.
Wendy?
Provost, I see Carolyn Wiley is on the call from HSCP.
Right. I don't see, she hasn't put her hand.
It's Carolyn Wiley here. Sorry,
Carol.
I'm really struggling with my computer. Can you repeat the question, please, Councillor MacDonald?
Yes, on S4OE, it says, of carers who feel supported to continue their caring role, we're at 38%, and we are at national rank 32. So I was just wondering what we were doing to address that situation.
Yes, so we do have a carers group which we're actively involved in, and we have carer representation from the two carer networks that we work with. In terms of how we are supporting them, which I think is the point of your question, it is looking at what we can provide both within internal services and bringing in external support to them. Now, there's quite a substantial work going on with the carer strategy at this moment in time, and we are updating and reviewing our carer strategy. That has been on the transition or the transformation plan that Wendy and I wrote quite some time ago, and unfortunately I have to say that our progress isn't as fast as we would like the pace to be, and that is because we've still in the emergency status in relation to COVID. So we are working with carers to look at how we can support them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Provost. Page 205, CHN03, cost of preschool education place. This came up recently at the Children and Young Persons Committee performance reporting. And when I look at the narrative on page 218 to this indicator, I'm still a bit unclear. We are the most expensive, so 32nd in 1920, and that's the narrative given for that, is that due to the progress made to meet the national deadline, we were the 31st in the preceding year. Would that still have been the case then? I'm trying to understand, because other local authorities will be trying to meet the deadline as well. Do other local authorities measure this differently? Is there a range of ways that this figure can be accumulated that means that not everybody's doing the same thing? Because I'm still not clear as to why we would be the most expensive.
Bryony?
Yes, thank you. We're in the process of responding to a question that came about at the Children and Young People Committee, as Councillor Earl has mentioned. So I do have a little more information that I had at that point, and I don't have it in front of me, but there are two elements, really, two main elements as to why we're at that level, one of which is the rapid implementation of expansion that we've had in Stirling. But secondly is the fact that the measure for that doesn't include income generated by providing additional places for people. Lots of local authorities, some do, some don't, but many don't have additional places available for those who are not entitled. And the measure of the cost doesn't include the fact that there's income generated when places are provided to people who are not entitled automatically to the provision.
So we do include that cost?
No, the income, it doesn't adjust our overall cost. So our cost is there at what it actually costs us without reflecting the fact that we're also generating income by offering places over and above.
And some other local authorities net it off?
Well, they know that other local authorities don't offer additional places, don't have income coming in. So it's a different, it's apples and pears being compared in the financial.
Thank you, Bryony, as is so often the case with these benchmarking indicators. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flanagan.
Thanks, Provost. Just to follow on the questions that Councillor Benny was asking, just back to page 206 with the People Equity Fund. Is there any specifics that the Education Authority can kind of say in terms of what their key priorities are going to be with the fund, and what specific outcomes they're hoping to see, maybe over 12 months, any commitments they want to make to try and prioritise the money or anything like that?
So I would like to just come back through the Children and Young People Committee with a specific answer to that. We reported on the fund at the last Children and Young People Committee, and what I meant to say in my last answer but forgot it in the other things I was trying to say is that with the new funding model that's come through that we're now beginning to implement, there's a new framework for evaluation, and part of that will be specifically to identify stretch aims. So I wouldn't like to kind of say at the moment what those specific stretch aims will be, but we will have them and we will report them back through the Children and Young People Committee.
Thank you. No further questions? There being none, will someone please propose the recommendations on page 195?
Happy to propose the recommendations, Provost.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, Provost, I'll second.
Thank you. Is there general agreement? Are we in agreement with these recommendations?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. We now move on to item 11, which is the COVID-19 response, recovery and renewal. Isabel, I think that's you again.
Yes, me again. Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Provost. Isabel McKnight, Chief Operating Officer, Communities and Performance. The Council Recovery Plan and associated actions were approved at a previous meeting of Council back in June of this year. The report provides an update and updates on performance against the planned actions detailed at Appendix 1 to this report. The Member Officer Group continues to meet at 6 weekly intervals to monitor progress and performance. To aid recovery, it has been important that the Council recruits the technical and professional resource to deliver the planned approach to delivery. Funding has been allocated to secure posts of a temporary nature and has been detailed at 2.15 of this report. The report also considers the strategic approach to business recovery and renewal and lays out plans to listen to what is important to our communities and develop a comprehensive engagement plan to widen our reach and participation and respond appropriately. Council is asked to note progress and performance and to note the deployment of the financial resource to support the COVID-19 recovery plans. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Questions to the officer? There being none, would someone like to propose a recommendation?
Happy to propose the recommendations.
Is there a seconder?
Happy to second.
Thank you. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. In that case, we will move on to the next item, which is item 12, Stirling Council's transformation programme.
I'm going to, Tom Rennie, transformation lead for the council. I'm going to talk to this paper. Paper today is for you to note the progress made on a number of fronts regarding Stirling Council's transformation programme. In summary, it outlines the following: that we now have a transformation board that's up and running and is chaired by the Chief Executive and meets monthly. This is the governance forum for our 7 largest transformation programmes at Stirling Council that are mentioned in the report, and they're referred to as the vital few. These 7 transformation programmes all have programme managers appointed. However, one started this week and the final programme manager is due to start on the 5th of January. And just so you understand their role, they're responsible for the planning and delivery of their programmes on a day-to-day basis. So as a result, 6 of the 7 transformation programmes are now up and running successfully, and the 7th, which is the legal case management system, will start on January the 5th when the latest programme manager joins the council. The paper also highlights the need for the transformation team to be strengthened to grow our internal capability, particularly regarding business analysis and business change skills. This will allow us to service the transformation programme as it evolves through time and as new challenges are placed upon us. Evidence currently shows that the recruitment of suitably qualified staff is a challenge in the current marketplace. So this increase in capability will be met through development of some of our existing members of staff, and they're being provided with training and the opportunity to put it into practice, and also recruitment where it's absolutely necessary. Thank you. I'm now happy to take any questions that you may have on the paper.
Thank you. Questions to the officer? Councillor Maturi.
Thank you, Provost, for that. Yeah, page 304, 2.24, cultural transformation format. Just wanting to check, will that cultural transformation try and move us towards more of a one council, one team ethos? Because all too often, partner inquiries get back, oh no, that's. Or residents, either from elected members or residents, the response is, no, that's a different department that deals with that, rather than that, sort of automatically being handed over to the relevant department from that, or it's not, just cry, there's more ownership of an issue raised by primary residents from that. It's just not handed off from one, well, it's not up to the inquirer to then hunt around for the correct department. Thank you.
Okay, I'm happy to respond to that, Provost. The ERP programme is currently underway, and the customer experience work stream within that is absolutely looking at the experience that we offer to citizens and businesses when they contact the council. One of the important differences we have with the implementation we are trying to do is the integration with those other service areas, for example, housing, or for roads, or for waste, so that we can log a service request or a problem, and that automatically flows through to the relevant system that's driving the completion of that task in housing. So that's something we haven't done before. Typically, an email will pass or a phone call will be made, and there's no kind of overall handover between customer service and the delivering organisation. And quite often, the flow back that says we've scheduled an appointment with that resident has now been made. That doesn't come back to the customer service team every time. So the ERP programme is actively trying to make that customer experience better by building the integration between the departments, so people come to customer service and they can answer any question that's been raised by the citizen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Provost. Page 301, 2.5, discussing the ERP programme. And within that narrative, it outlines some of the issues that there are. A complete lack of documentation around the current systems integrations that are in place. Could I ask for an expansion on that, please?
Again, Provost, I'm happy to respond. The challenge that we have found is, with the interfaces that have been developed that are up and running, a lot of the systems, for example, the ledgers and the HR systems are 10, 15 years old. And we went to Council's Records Office to look for documentation to see whether it had been filed, and there is nothing. There is very little documentation around these 15-year-old integrations that are there. Therefore, in some places, we're having to start from scratch.
Okay, and how much of a problem, I probably should follow up, how much of a problem does that realistically present? I mean, is that actually quite significant when you're working off that blank sheet of paper on these systems?
Yeah, I mean the two biggest challenges that we have. One of them is the lack of integration documentation, and the other is our ability to migrate the data from the old systems into the new systems, again because the systems are so old, and we don't have the necessary skills internally to do that. So those two things are causing us to look at a replan of the programme. We've also identified a potential supplier who has got significant data migration experience, who will be able to come in and work with us and work with our internal resource to make sure that data migration is smooth. By migration, I also mean the cleansing of data and the identification of data that we want for our new improved processes that we just currently don't have today. Okay. So that migration and integration are really the two biggest problems that we have, and it isn't until you try to do it that you realise how little information that you've got.
Does that have cost and time implications, Tom?
It will almost certainly have time implications on the programme, and we're working through that at the moment in terms of replanning. And of course, time implications when you've engaged third parties and you've set up a team internally to deal with it. Time implications will almost certainly have a cost implication also. And of course, should we require additional funding, we would bring that request back through the appropriate channels in due course.
Okay, thank you.
You, Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Provost. Page 301, item 2.6. Can you expand a little bit about the climate board, who's on it and what its remit is, and will it address some of the conflicts between green policies, for example, and the impacts on energy prices?
Could I perhaps ask my colleague Bruce Reekie to respond to that?
Bruce?
Sorry, Councillor, sorry, Provost, it's Drew Leslie, Senior Manager for Infrastructure here. Yeah, the Climate Change Board covers all the key senior officers in the Council. The Climate and Nature Emergency Plan, which had an outline programme on the strategic changes that the Council required to undertake, was approved at Council last summer. The Climate Board's being assembled to deal with the delivery of these strategic changes in respect of what the Council will need to do for itself in our target of being a net zero organisation. But it will also need to deal with the changes around in the Stirling Council area, and that means dealing with partner agencies, liaising with the business sector and supporting them, but also providing leadership locally. Can I ask you your final point, sorry, that I didn't pick up on?
You had a second question, Councillor Davis, was it?
Well, it was part of the first question. Is how will the board deal with the conflicts between some green policies and the impact that is having on pushing up energy prices?
I think that's probably going to be a challenging issue where we will need to monitor what our energy prices are as a council, and understanding the other key influence I think you also need to understand is the incoming programme from Scottish Government where the council need to start to align with. I think it's probably a bit complicated to give you a clear answer on how we'll do that, because there'll be individual programmes where the council will need to deliver on there.
I see Brian Roberts has a hand up. Brian, do you want to come in on this?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Brian Roberts, Chief Operating Officer for Infrastructure and Environment. So Councillor Davis, as Drew outlined there, the Climate Board that's referred to is effectively an officer board, and that was set up to deliver on the Council's emergency and climate plan that's already been agreed. In addition to the board, there is an external group called the Stirling Sustainable Partnership, which is contacts with Scottish Water, SEPA, University, etc. So a lot of the external partners, that arrangement of that external partnership is being reviewed to strengthen that and look at the membership of that external board, but also strengthen their links back into the community planning partnership, because obviously there's a lot the council needs to do as an authority and as the lead for our communities, but there's a lot that we need the partners to do, and indeed the public and businesses across the area. So there's a number of areas that will look at those challenges. In terms of policy, obviously the policy is what the council sets, and council will need to consider its policies as it goes through the development and delivery of the plan. And it's been agreed by council there would be regular updates to Environment and Housing Committee. The next update on the plan is due at the February Environment and Housing Committee, and then there'll be the reporting which will fall into the next term of council, but reporting back to full council on progress during 2022.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, I want to ask about the ERP programme one last time. Basically, just the time frames you see of getting that together, and also that we make sure that we get the old data that 15 years from now we'll still have it. That's important. My second question is if anyone could expand on 2.27 legal case management and democratic services systems, what we were proposing to do there.
Okay, again, I'm comfortable to handle those. Literally today and tomorrow there is a meeting with ourselves and Devosis, who are our integration partner around ERP, and that is finalising the proposed changes to the ERP timescales. So we will know that either just before or just after the Christmas period. And that will then allow us to look at what the impact is of those revised dates on the resourcing of the team, etc. On the second point, which is 227 legal case management and democratic service systems, this is the programme where the programme manager is joining us on the 5th of January. And bearing in mind that we're a small council and we're stretching our resource quite thinly, we decided not to start this programme in earnest until we actually had a programme manager available 5 days a week to start driving it forward. So the approach we'll take to that is do some soft market testing on the priority here, which is the legal case management system. We will look at that first because the democratic services team clearly are busy, particularly between now and the forthcoming election, that we would want to look at engaging on the democratic system after the election. So in the first instance, we'll look at soft market testing and doing some consultation with an IT research organisation we partner with called Gartner to understand what our options are for securing off of a framework a legal case management system that's fit for purpose and suits the council's needs. That will allow us to replace the significant manual records that our legal team have to administer and run with on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Barrow.
Apologies, Rose. I didn't have my hand up. I didn't believe I had. I've had trouble with this function still. Sorry.
We've got it up. You've still got it up.
Sorry, I can't take it down. Perhaps you can override that, Provost.
We'll move on to Councillor Benny.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I was reflecting on what you said, Tom, about policy integration, about data integration and documentation. I once did data integration with documentation, and it was actually harder. But that's more of a reflection on that organisation than anything else. One thing I did want to kind of bottom out, though, Tom, was the issue about target operating models and these systems changes. One of the things that I spoke about when we kind of started down this journey, and I know I've spoken to you about this before at other committees, was that I would place great store by suggestions coming forward for policy change as a result of new target operating models or new operating practices that perhaps required us to update our policies. Now, I'm not conscious of any policy change suggestions that have come forward that are as a result of the new target operating models or the new systems that we're bringing in. Have you discovered any? Is there anything in the track for that? Have we done that and I've just not noticed? I'd like your kind of take on that.
No, I can assure you that there are no policy changes that have been implemented, without you guys knowing about it. The target operating model programme is in its early stages, and I know that there is a hybrid working policy that is being looked at the moment by officers, and it's in the process of being drafted to look at the way that we're going to work going forward, because it's unlikely we'll ever be at a point where 100% of people are back in the office, perhaps. So that's a policy that I know is being worked on currently in the target operating model. And as far as ERP is concerned, we're still designing processes. When those processes are designed, that is more, and the people to execute those processes and the roles are defined, that may require some policy changes, but absolutely nothing at the moment is being worked on ERP. And as far as target operating model is concerned, I'm only aware of the one, which is a hybrid working policy.
Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. No further questions I can see. So can I ask someone to propose a recommendation on page 299?
Happy to propose the recommendations, Provost.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Provost, I'll second that.
Thank you. Are we all in agreement?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Good. We'll now move on to item 13, the Cycling World Championships, August 2023. Stuart, I believe you're going to talk to this.
Yes, thank you, Provost. So in 2023, the UCI Cycling World Championships will come to Scotland, and it's set to be the biggest cycling event that the world has yet seen. And Stirling has an opportunity to host one of the main elements of that event in August of that year. So the paper asks Council to approve that the Chief Executive enters into negotiations with organisers with a view to securing the event for Stirling, to delegate authority to the Chief Executive to negotiate and agree a suitable arrangement to host the event within an approved financial parameter. And the proposal for that is that Council agree to allocate up to £350,000 from General Fund reserves, so that we can go ahead and secure this opportunity for Stirling and develop a programme that ensures the wider economic health and wellbeing benefits can be delivered to. And to note that regular reporting of progress on the programme and on the event would be made to the Community Planning and Regeneration Committee. Happy to take any questions members may have.
Can we just note before we proceed that Appendix 1 of this paper is exempt because it refers to financial affairs of another authority. So can I ask you, if you intend to comment or raise a question on Appendix 1, can you let me know beforehand? Because then we will have to exempt that part of the meeting. Are you agreed? You agree on that exemption if anyone wants to talk about Appendix 1?
Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah, agreed.
In that case, can I see Councillor Hutchison has her hand up?
Thank you, Provost. I think this sounds like a really exciting opportunity for Stirling, and I note in the paper that a significant amount of rural Stirling would be involved, and there is a bit about traffic management, which is what I'm wondering. I'm assuming that they have their eye on the long, straight and a very beautiful A811 in my ward. And I'm wondering if the time trial was happening there, which I assume it will be, if the road will be closed, or, I mean, sometimes we've had quite big cycling events on that road and it hasn't been closed, which I think is quite dangerous. So I'm wondering if the roads would be closed for the duration of the events.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so that broad area of Stirling is the one that the organisers have identified as the preferable route coming out from the city, although the exact route is still to be agreed, and there would need to be a significant amount of engagement with communities and business and our partners on that, of course. But yes, to facilitate this event, the final agreed route would have a road closure of several hours that would come along with it.
Thank you.
Councillor Earl.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Following on from that, Stuart, the report talks about the route, although not finalised, being effectively to the west of it. So I suppose you may not be able to answer this in acute detail, but is it any of it going to be in the Trossachs and Teeth ward? And I have a follow-up question, Provost, after that.
Thanks, Councillor. So the route, just to reiterate, the route hasn't been finalised yet. The organisers have been doing recce's in and around Stirling and in the other areas of Scotland, obviously, that some of this event will take place in. The route that they're primarily looking at the moment, I don't believe would take in any of the Trossachs, but the work that Council and our partners would have to do around that and is referenced as a wider programme of events around this. So it's such a big event that our intention would be to make sure there's activity happening accessible to all our communities and that we'd have that wider benefit. So even though it's not been finalised at the moment, it doesn't appear that the route would take in the Trossachs.
Thank you. Thanks for that. My follow-up question.
Sorry. No, go on. I thought I saw somebody else with a hand up. Go on, Councillor.
Sorry, thanks, Provost. My follow-up question, which may, Stuart, be not for you and maybe for Bruce, I'm not sure, but at 2.17 on page 312, there's talk about the reprofiling of works and the to prepare the route, whatever the route is, to obviously be of the absolute right standard for such an event. I suppose my question around that is just to get an assurance that when focusing on this, that other required work and programming for resurfacing and repair of roads that are not going to be on this route are not going to be delayed or suffer any financial impact.
I see that Brian Robertson and Bruce have their hands up. Sorry, Brian Robertson and Bruce have their hands up. So which one's going to respond?
I'll come in first, Provost. Thank you. Brian Roberts, Chief Operating Officer for Infrastructure and Environment. Thanks for the question, Councillor Errol. As Stuart said, the final route has still to be agreed with the event organisers, but as Stuart also referenced, there's been a few recce's by the UCI on the routes, and obviously it's time trial events, so they've got particular lengths of routes they need to do. So they've looked around a lot of the major routes that we feel and they feel would be suitable for the event, and some of the B roads as well. So from the list of works that they've identified, maybe some resurfacing or patching works on bends, etc. They're either in the long-term plans over the next 3 to 4 years of the forward capital programme, or they're of a scale that the kind of localised patching would deal with them. So at this stage, we don't feel that there's going to be a significant impact on the programme. And certainly no intention to delay any other resurfacing works, but it may be that there's a tweak to, rather than some projects being done in 23-24, they're brought forward into 22-23 so that they're done in advance of it. So it's more about a timing issue rather than about a deprioritisation. And obviously the other thing we need to take into account is that the event itself would have an impact on when we could undertake the works, because it wouldn't be able to clash for obvious reasons. So we've done early work through Bruce's team, along with economic development and the organisers, to make sure that we've got as much a forward plan on that. Obviously, if it's supported by council today, that would allow us then to get into that real in-depth discussion with the organisers and kind of really tighten up on the route and then any works that are required.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas.
Okay, thank you, Provost. This sounds a great thing for Stirling, but so I have a couple of questions. The first one is, what will be the legacy for Stirling, and can we give a cost analysis? So for the investment, what kind of return do you think will come back to Stirling?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. It's because this is a new event. It's slightly more difficult to predict exactly, but in terms of a comparator, if you like, we've got the economic impact assessments for the Tour of Britain series, which is probably the nearest comparison, albeit that's on a smaller scale than what's proposed here. And a couple of examples that will probably be useful to members from the 2019 events. First one, the Tour of Britain, was staged in the Borders in 2019, and that brought 40,000 visitors to the area and had a net additional visitor spend of about £550,000. But a crucial figure there as well is that of those visitors, 48% when surveyed said that they were inspired to take up or consider cycling, whether that's for leisure or for commute or whatever. And for the Glasgow to Kirkcudbright stage in 2019, 75,000 visitors, a net visitor spend of £2 million, and another positive figure in terms of 56% inspired to take up cycling. So there's the direct spend. There's the intention that we really use this to inspire people to think about cycling in all respects and to promote Stirling as a cycling area, and those things are referenced already within particular strategies that are already approved. But critical to this opportunity is what happens after. How do we use this opportunity to work with our partners to continue the legacy and make sure that there's that lasting benefit? And we think there's a real opportunity there, and obviously our counterparts in Glasgow and obviously now Dumfries and Galloway really see that as well and are focused on that as one of the major attractors of bringing such a high profile event to the area.
Thank you. Councillor Bennison.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Stuart, just carrying on from Councillor Tolmark's question there, what would Stirling actually get for the initial £350,000 spent? And would there be any further funding requests come in for this? Would it just be £350,000?
Thanks, Councillor. So a lot of the costs, because of the scale and because of the size of the route and the profile of the event, a lot of the costs go into the physical delivery of it. So there's no hosting fee per se, which sometimes characterises these events where there's a kind of flat fee, if you like, and then the organisers do things. This process relies on the local authority to kind of make those arrangements around the traffic management, marshal and security, and also the start-finish locations to put activity on around there and to manage those safely. You provide first aid and so on and so forth. But what the ask is also for is for enough to put on that positive programme so that we can spread the benefits, work with Cycling Scotland and Active Stirling, for example, to do those programmes that encourage participation in all our communities. So I think if Council were to approve this, I think that represents a significant investment from Stirling Council. So it wouldn't be my expectation that Council has asked for anything further. We would look to partners and look to businesses and look to others to come in on the back of that investment. Many of our partners and many private businesses, for example, have aspirations and are keen to get involved in promoting the same things we are looking to do around the health and wellbeing benefits of cycling. And so the hope is that this statement from the council would bring people into it as well, so that we can expand that impact and footprint. So I wouldn't intend that we would need to come back to council for a further ask on this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Provost. Just really a final question, and I welcome this. I'm going to say yes to it. I think there's a lot of good stuff here, and thank you for your reassurances on how the roads are going to be repaired and so forth. What I'd like to know is, we've just been through a pandemic, not to be boring, but what contingencies and plans do we have if there's a delay or restrictions? How have we built that into our plans?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So the UCI themselves and Event Scotland and Visit Scotland, who are the lead partners on this, are obviously got that front of mind in terms of their planning and are doing a lot of work on that in terms of mitigation as far as you can with these things and forward planning. So obviously we haven't done any planning in that at the moment because we're not approved to proceed. We've spoken a high level, but if we moved forward with that planning, then we would obviously have that as a clear item on any agenda. But we obviously plan for more positive times and proceed in that vein. But any possible safeguards that we can put in to protect the council's investment or to limit any spend until we have a clearer picture, then we would obviously do that. And probably that's as much as I can say on that at the moment, but hear your point exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Hi, Stuart. This is a great development and one obviously we welcome. However, we have a major problem in the rural areas with parking. How do you anticipate or how do you expect to deal with the visitors who would want to come out and watch the events, and where would they park, and would you have to prepare additional parking spaces and facilities?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. It's a good point, and one that again at a very high level we've considered. If approval's given today, then we move forward and look at all of those specifics and how we would manage that. But obviously what's going to be really important to us here is working in partnership with a range of partners to make the event as sustainable and green as possible, given the nature of the event. So all things will be considered in terms of how you would get people into those locations without necessarily them needing to take the cars. But that will obviously come down to detailed planning, and if through that planning there was going to be a particular issue that was going to create issues around safety or blockages or any associated issue that comes with over parking, then we would have to reconsider that with the organisers and find alternatives. So all I can really say is that's something that's going to be very closely considered, because we need this to be as positive as possible for all businesses, communities, although recognising that a road closure does have impact, but to be able to minimise that impact and any associated issues is obviously a core priority of what we'll try and do.
Yeah, but if one of the legacies of this is to improve rural parking for places that are already popular, then that'd be a great benefit.
Thank you. Councillor Kane.
Thank you, Provost. I just, before I ask my question, just to say 125 million viewers worldwide is what we suspect may see Stirling over the 3 days, and it might be up to $1 billion. £350,000 is a lot of money, but to buy, in effect, 3 days of wall-to-wall coverage of Stirling and get 1 billion people to see it, that seems to be a remarkably good investment for us. Stuart, in terms of 2.26, when we talk about creating the different programmes, I'm assuming it will be creating them, bolstering them within our existing strategies, rather than creating new strategies, because certainly taking up cycling for fitness, is already contained in principle within our sport and physical activity strategy. So it's really just to bolster that element rather than a concurrent or competing set of priorities or schemes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Councillor. And as you reference, within the sport and physical activity and wellbeing strategy, there's that clear direction there to increase the uptake of cycling for leisure and health. Within our tourism strategy, it's about promoting Stirling as a cycling destination and encouraging stays from that, for example. So it's all already in there, absolutely. So this is about how does this big event fast track some of that stuff we're doing, how does it bring a bigger focus to it, and how can we grow and amplify some of the stuff we already intend to do, bring in additional funding to support us with that. So absolutely, it's not a deviation from anything we're already trying to do, but we certainly think this will be an opportunity that could really fast track that and give it a bit of a shot in the arm.
Thank you. And my second question, I welcome it. I think this is fantastic. But after the event, when we talk about the legacy, cycling tourism is something I can see people coming to Stirling to pit themselves against the same route that others have done, and I think that's fantastic. But I think that will also cause a few concerns with communities about an influx of a massive amount of tourist cyclists on an ongoing basis. So I just want to ensure that we're going to work with communities from a legacy point of view, because yes, we have to do this, and yes, we have to welcome this, but certainly communities will be concerned that there's going to be hundreds and thousands of cyclists every day for the next million years riding on the routes. So working with communities is going to be key to this, I would assume.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just the engagement that we'll be doing around the impacts of the actual event in terms of closures and the immediate opportunities of the event, but actually how do communities embrace the opportunity that will come with that influx of cyclists. And as long as that's managed well, then it's a huge positive, because cyclists, in particular, in terms of those that visit, are high spend per head in terms of what they bring to the area, and so there's a real opportunity there for our businesses in the rural areas that would be on the route. But exactly right, and it ties back into Councillor Davis's point. It's about how do we use this event to prepare for that legacy? How do we improve the infrastructure around it, and how do we work with the businesses to take full advantage? In different places in Stirling and around, there's been specific, cyclist welcome schemes where there's grants from other organisations to put some infrastructure into your own business, for example, to provide those opportunities. So all of that stuff, yeah, absolutely, will form really positive discussion points with the communities on the route.
Thank you. Councillor McGill.
Thank you, Provost. I just really wanted to say I think this is an absolutely fantastic initiative for Stirling and the wider area, and just congratulations to everybody for getting this far, and good luck for the future, really.
Thank you. Can I have someone propose the recommendations on page 309?
Provost, I'm going to propose them just one slight amendment. It's nothing major, just in number 2, where it says delegate authority to the Chief Executive, just to put it after that, as we usually do, in consultation with the Leader, Deputy Leader and Opposition spokesperson. And with that added to, happy to move the recommendations.
Who seconded it?
Me, Scott.
All right, Scott. Do we agree the recommendations with the amendment described by Councillor Kane?
Provost, yes, I am completely in agreement with that. Oh, apologies.
I'm calling you in to say what you want to say.
Oh, sorry, Provost. Thank you. Yeah, I'm in full agreement with Councillor Kane. This sounds like a fantastic thing. I think the local members from Forth and Endrick are quite right to bring up these operational matters from when it gets to that stage. And I think I would just. I don't think we need to put anything into the recommendation. I'm sure that the staff have heard that this, in terms of the role that those local members play in those local communities as local leaders, and also indeed the community councils and all the rest about there is probably a job of work to be done in terms of involving local members who are going to be where this is where this thing will actually take place. And I'm sure that the staff would want to take into account their views and use them to help smooth the tracks with regards to the local communities, so that we get the biggest benefit out of this that we can, because it's absolutely fantastic.
Thank you. I want to be clear about what is now being proposed. Julia.
Indeed, Provost, and I was going to ask for the minute if Councillor Kane could explain the amendment that he's proposing. Is it to recommendation 2?
Yeah, so
that's around contract negotiation, which is something that is delegated to the Chief Executive. So I understand the wording that I think you're trying to put in, but I want to be sure that we get it absolutely right, given earlier discussions.
So can I just check then, Provost? Am I moving an amendment or moving recommendations? I'm unclear as to.
You're moving the recommendations.
You're moving recommendations that you're amending.
And the recommendations.
Okay, well in that case, the wording I was looking for is number 1, no change. Number 3 and number 4, no change. Number 2, change to read delegate authority to the Chief Executive, comma, in consultation with Leader, Deputy Leader and Opposition spokesperson of Community Planning. I'm just going to look at my colleagues for this, Community Planning and Regeneration, or of our Council Leader, Deputy Leader, and it's probably for community planning. It's probably convener, vice convener, and opposition spokesperson. So I'll start again. Delegate authority to the Chief Executive, comma, in consultation with the convener, vice convener, and opposition spokesperson, comma, to negotiate.
Can I think in view of discussions, because I think we do need to be really clear here, I think I would prefer if you put the consultation after to negotiate, because very clearly the Chief Executive has the authority to negotiate and agree contracts. So I think if we just put the in consultation after, sorry, this is very difficult doing these on the hoof, so we would appreciate if members could give us advance notice, because that does make it far easier. Host the event with organisers and within there. Just at the end, Councillor Kane, comma, in consultation with the members that you have narrated.
Provost, it would be helpful if Julia could do the same courtesy I did to read out exactly what she's proposing. I propose, so if you could just read out the number 2 with your wording.
It would be number 2, so delegate authority to the Chief Executive to negotiate and agree suitable arrangements, it should be, to host the event with the organisers of the UCI Cycling World Championship and within approved financial parameters as per recommendation 3, comma, in consultation with the elected members that you narrated.
Yep, I'm happy with that, Julia.
Thank you.
Is that Councillor Farmer, you seconded the motion. Are you happy with that?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Are we in agreement?
Agreed.
Agreed? Good.
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much. We now move on to item 14, hybrid meetings system.
Chair, just
excuse me.
Chair, in a point of order, may I just, I'm concerned about the welfare of the 48 people in this meeting, and we have been going since 10 o'clock with a brief vote, and it's now 1:15.
I'm aware that we've been going since 10 o'clock, but we had a 20-minute break, which ended at 11:20. It's now 1:15, so in 5 minutes we'll be due another break. Let's see how far we can get with item 14.
Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Provost. I don't propose to say anything terribly much about this report because there have been long and helpful discussions in the development of proposals around the hybrid meeting system with all members on this call in various groups and formats. So in light of the reports in relation to hybrid meetings and COVID recovery, I think this segues quite neatly. We are required to come to Council because clearly this is a significant policy decision for members to agree to adopt a hybrid system approach of meetings. And I think I'll leave it there. Provost, happy to take questions, as are other colleagues on the call.
Thank you. Questions? Any questions?
Yeah, Provost, I do have a question, but still having trouble with my hand.
Right, go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Yeah, just seeking assurance, and I'm sure it would have been thought of and will be incorporated, that there will be an adequate loop provision for people who have hearing problems, so that they can hear both members speaking in the chamber and also members who may be speaking remotely.
Yes, I can confirm that is something we have specifically talked about and was a question that arose in discussions, and I've been assured that that indeed will be provided. I think, Councillor Beryl, there will be such an improvement in the quality of audio and sound all across the board that it will be of significant help in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas.
Yes. Okay, I did raise this before when we were discussing this, and it is to do with the standards and the requirement for councillors to attend one statutory meeting every 6 months. So I just wanted to say I quite understand that we can't control this, but just for my concern is that that statutory meeting might be online, and I think it's the accountability of us all as councillors okay to the public. I just wanted to make that observation, but I do support the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Provost, if I could maybe just, I know that wasn't a question, but if I could maybe answer it to say that I think I understand absolutely your point, Councillor Tolomash, and I think we discussed this before, and that is a matter for individual councillors, and it's up to individual councillors as to how they conduct their business and operate in their communities or not. But I would make the point that, and is referenced in the report, that the Local Government Act of 2003 does provide a statutory basis for remote attendance at meetings. So from my perspective, that's how we would be assessing whether people are attending meetings. If they're present at a remote meeting, then as far as we are concerned, they are present.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald.
Well, that sort of answers my question. I would hope that there would be a preference to try and actually attend meetings, but I understand that you don't have to. But online, of course, you do. I was just going to query what the large mobile screens are actually about? That was my only small detail question.
I think, Provost, that really is quite a detailed question, and I would say, Councillor MacDonald, we've covered quite a lot of the detail. I can certainly, and I'm sure Graham Lyle, who is our IT guru, will be able to provide you further information outside of the meeting, if that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kane.
Thanks, Provost. It's just for consistency on my part. In recommendation number 2, I wonder if it would be useful to change that to delegate to Chief Officer, in consultation with Leader, Deputy Leader and Opposition Spokesperson. And secondly, just for clarity, Julia, if we delegate you to make a change to the standing orders, which I don't have a problem with, alerting Council to the change having been made, how do we do that officially? Do you have to bring a report back immediately thereafter to the next Council meeting to say this is what we've done? Again, it's just for transparency and clarity I'm asking.
Julia?
Councillor, I think I have a power. I'm just flipping through the pages to amend the standing orders. In fact, if there are changes in legislation, but I have to say that my practice has always been, and if there was a requirement to amend the standing orders in this regard, I would bring them back to Council, who are required to approve them. So I think if you would take my assurance on that, I will do that. If members do wish to add in the in-consultation, I would again ask for it to be after the delegation, because the delegation does sit with me. I do require approval at Council, of course, but I would ask that the consultation goes in at the end of recommendation 2. Councillor Kane, in the same way as we did with the previous piece.
So I would not have a problem with that, as you suggested, but it's just to clarify, do you have the delegated authority to change the standing orders or to propose a change? I'm just trying to clarify when the change will take place. Will it be in between meetings, or will it be at the next meeting when you bring back a suggested change for Council to approve?
The change happens when Council approves it, Councillor Kane.
Right, so there will, if you wish to recommend a change to the standing orders around this, you'll have to bring a report back anyway.
Indeed, as we have done throughout the COVID situation, at any point when we're required to make amendments to the scheme of delegation or standing orders, that's what we do, because that's proper process and appropriate.
Okay. Apologies, Provost, would you just indulge me? I would then say that item 2 doesn't seem particularly well worded with that in mind. We can't delegate this to you as per recommendation 2 if that's not how it's done anyway.
I think we were seeking for you to delegate to me a small amount of authority, so that if there were minor changes to be made in relation to moving to a hybrid system, that you would give authority for me to do that. If you're not minded to do that today, then I'm happy just to delete recommendation 2.
What's your preference? Councillor Kane, what's your preference? What do you want to do?
I just want to make sure we're being consistent and we're being accurate with this. So if the delegation is, from what I heard from Julia when she was saying earlier, is that she has the delegation to propose a change but not make a change, that's only Council can make the change, then item 2 would seem to be not needed anyway. But it's almost just to note that the Chief Governance Officer is going to be looking at this, and we'll bring that back to Council.
I think, I beg your pardon, sorry to talk over you. What we were endeavouring to do for the smooth transition was for me to be given authority in order to make small tweaks if it was required. I don't even know that it will be required, because, to be honest, we've changed the standing orders to accommodate the meetings that are running at the moment. So it was asking you to give me some of your authority, if you like, in order to go and do that. But if members are not minded to do that, I'm not going to die in a ditch over this. I don't think it's a big problem, and I'm happy to step back and remove recommendation 2 and not propose it to Council.
I don't think it's an unreasonable request myself.
Who's not making a reasonable request near Julia?
Julia. Can I just one at a time, please? Councillor Farmer.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there are times that we just have to trust our officers in terms of their judgment, and I don't think, as was alluded to, small tweaks or changes to move the matter forward, and I don't think it's unreasonable to give that delegation to Julia.
Councillor Benny.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Farmer. Julia usually keeps us right in terms of these things, and you know, small tweaks and stuff. Fair enough. I think, you know, I'd want to be informed about what they are, but I'm sure she would do that anyway. So I'm reasonably comfortable about this. I think once we've been doing the hybrid model, I can see us wanting to make some changes to the standing orders. There's some questions in my head about how things will operate and all the rest of it. But that's the sort of thing where, you know, you want to kind of suck it and see, and then just change things as we go along. But I think those would be very much a matter for council, with Julia giving us advice rather than necessarily for Julia to do. You know, I'm thinking here, you know, is it appropriate for someone to be chairing a meeting when they're not in the room? You know, that's a question which is not really for Julia to make a suggestion about, but for us to make a determination over. And those are things that will emerge as we go through this process and as we find our feet with any new system.
Councillor Brisley.
I just wanted to ask a question.
Yeah.
I would have felt happier if there had been an opportunity afforded to members to see a system in operation somewhere. I know, reading the report, officers have had that chance, and as this affects members greatly in the operation of our business, will we get an opportunity to be able to see a council that's actually operating a system, one that seems to go quite well?
Councillor Brisley, I think, in fact, Julia, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've provided a link to a hybrid meeting.
Yes, Provost, I have sent a number of links because obviously this has been under discussion for some time. So as matters have developed, we better examples, if you like, of what a hybrid meeting would look like have evolved. I think the most recent one was Aberdeenshire, I forget exactly which. I have sent that round everybody and certainly to the groups. I would say, Councillor Brisley, that's what we've seen, and that's the best way of looking at how this works, because it allows you to view on screen, A, what you would see as a councillor, and B, what members of the public would see watching it. So there isn't kind of anything we can go and see. I mean, it would mean nothing to me to go and look at a room full of kit, for example. So I think that is the best example that we can give you to look at.
Sorry, all I was thinking about was, yes, I know there was links sent, but to be able to ask any questions of members of any and officers in some other authority about any potential problems they might have, things that we could avoid or things that we could learn from. That's all I was thinking. If that's not possible, so be it. But it's a lot of money to spend on something.
Well, Councillor Brisley, I suggest that you look at what's being provided. Julia, could you?
Sorry, it just means it doesn't afford the opportunity to any members to be able to ask questions. You can't ask questions of a recording.
Well, it might be difficult to achieve that.
But that's fine if it's not possible. I thought officers had been to see systems. I thought I read that in the report.
Julia?
I think Graham Lyle may have visited another authority to talk to IT colleagues. I'm unsure exactly. Obviously, this has been kind of difficult because of COVID. I should say that certainly we have made technical experts available to the various groups of councillors to whom we have talked, and we've had long discussions, and there have been plenty of questions and responses, and the reports have been tweaked. I'm sorry if Councillor Brisley thinks that's not adequate, but I think particularly in the circumstances of COVID, we couldn't all go and sit and watch a meeting, so there's difficulty in all of this.
Yes, there is. Councillor Bennison.
Provost, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I keep doing this. Isabel McKnight had her hand up. I was simply going to alert you to that, but she's taken it down.
Here, Councillor Bennison, then I'll bring in Isabel. Councillor Bennison.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I'm happy to go with the recommendations. I don't see that they need to be amended, and I think on this point we should trust officers to get on with their job and know what they're doing. I think some elected members are being a bit pedantic about this.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, I actually echo what Councillor Benison was saying. I've got great faith in Julia and her team. If there's any requirements to notify council of changes, she'll do it. So let's just, these meetings are turning into embarrassment. I feel myself cringing here, anybody watching this, and people being so pedantic, they're not trusting officers to do their job. But I think it beggars belief. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kane.
I've obviously got the ire of Councillors Benison and McPherson, but I'm used to that. So thank you very much for pointing out for the tape to both of them. I recognise what they're doing. I don't think I've done anything to deserve it, but hey ho, that's what happens in Stirling Council meetings these days when Councillor McPherson and Councillor Benison want to make points like that.
I think we have to get back to this motion. And the
Point of order, Provost. I was making my opinion the same as Councillor Kane was. If he's got a problem with that, then it's him that's got the problem, not me. I'm entitled to my opinion just as much as he is.
Yes, you are. Thank you. No. Let's return to the motion. Councillor Kane, are you still looking to change the recommendation?
I suppose to starting in then consultation at the end, as Julia suggested, for item 2 would probably do. I'm just trying to be consistent with the way I'm sorry to come across as pedantic.
Can you give us the actual wording that you want in recommendation 2?
As I think Julia suggested, just add on at the end after meeting system, comment, consultation with leader, deputy leader and opposition spokesperson. That's all I was asking for.
Julia?
I'm just wondering, clearly the report has recommendations and we haven't asked if anyone is willing to move the recommendations, because it may well be that we need to move into the position of the motion and then dealing with it by amendment.
I could make this easier if you want. I'm happy if someone else wants to propose and second the amendment is there. I'm not going to die in a ditch over this. If someone else wishes to propose and second, I was trying to be helpful. I'm not trying to be pedantic. So I'll just withdraw at this point and say someone else can move and second it as it's written. That's fine with me.
Right. Councillor Houston.
Chair, very happy to propose the recommendation set out on point 1 and 2 in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Happy to second.
That's Councillor Farmer. Thank you. Are we in agreement?
Agreed.
Agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Are there any dissenting voices? There being none, we will now go into a recess. And could I ask people to come back at 2 o'clock, please? Thank you. This is a reconvened meeting of Stirling Council. Julia, can we take a roll call, please?
Of course. Councillor Benison.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Benny.
I'm here.
Councillor Barrow.
Present.
Councillor Brisley.
Here.
Councillor Davis.
Here.
Councillor Dodds.
Present.
Councillor Errol.
Present.
Councillor Farmer.
Present.
Councillor Flanagan.
Present.
Councillor Gibson. Councillor Gibson. Councillor Houston.
Present.
Councillor Hutchison. Councillor Hutchison. Councillor Keane.
Present.
Councillor Laurie.
Yeah, present.
Councillor McPherson.
Here.
Councillor Majuri.
Present.
Councillor MacDonald. Councillor MacDonald, I can see that you're here. Councillor MacDonald. Come back. Councillor McGill, beg your pardon.
I'm here.
Councillor Oxborough. Councillor Oxborough.
Ross is still not available.
Councillor Simpson.
Present.
Councillor Thompson.
Present.
Councillor Tolomash.
Yes, excuse me, I'm here.
And Councillor Tweed has given apologies. So, Councillor Gibson, have you joined us? Councillor Gibson? No. Councillor Hutchison, have you joined us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And Councillor MacDonald?
I'm here.
Thank you. So, Councillor Gibson has not joined us, and we have apologies from Councillor Tweed, as you know. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. We now move.
Apologies, Provost. That's the connection here now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson.
We now move to item 16, deputations procedure. Julia, you're on again.
Thank you, Provost. Again, this is a matter that has been well trailed, and the procedure was prepared in conjunction with a group of members as set out in the report. We had some very helpful meetings and discussions to and fro about the procedure, and what we have today is our best effort, taking into consideration practice in other local authorities, and also taking into account that we already have the petitions process, which does a slightly different thing. So I'm looking for approval for the procedure and also seeking a delegation. That would be to amend the procedure should there be any changes to our meeting arrangements. Indeed, for example, if we were able to go back into chambers. What I did agree with the group, and I think is very sensible in the circumstances, is that we build in a 12-month review period so we can assess how things are going and see what take-up is like, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions to the officer? Councillor Majuri.
Yes, thank you. I welcome this deputations process from it. I say in addition to the petitions, not replacing it from it. I was just wondering, obviously, the page 363 currently only gives the potential deputations 2 working days to decide if they want to submit a deputation or not, or obviously the weekend plus the 2 working days. But it would be possible, in order to give those groups a bit more notice, even if it's just publishing the headline title. So, for example, if it was this paper before the Friday, for item 14, we just, on the agenda would be hybrid meeting system. Not the paper itself, plus obviously the health warning that's subject to change from it. Just so they have more than 2 working days to decide. Actually, we want to
I think this was something that we talked about, Councillor Majuri, extensively, because clearly this things have to happen very quickly because of the time period within which papers are issued prior to meetings. So you've got a very short window, and we have to take into account the various administrative pieces in all of this. So we felt that that was the best we could do. What I think I did say was we were asking for requests to be submitted as early as possible and no later than 12 noon 2 working days before the meeting. However, I think what we did say was, in all fairness, taking into account the groups or individuals who may well be submitting the deputation, we're not saying it has to be an absolutely bottom line, fully formed position. So, if we, it's a hard balance to strike, and I think that's why we need to review it, because we need to get it, and then we need to give members and other officers appropriate notice of what's coming up. But at the same time, we need to give individuals who might want to submit a deputation sufficient time to do so. So that this was the best option that the group came up with, and we can obviously look at that and review it if it doesn't work.
I appreciate that balance, but I guess obviously the health warning is subject to change. But I guess those items are probably available. They're known before the Friday.
I see what you mean. Is your question about could we publish agendas earlier? Well, I think that's a whole different question.
Not the full agenda, but just that title. So I don't know. Just after pre-agenda or something, it's subject to change or something. But it's just be just that contents page. So just be 14 hybrid meetings. It wouldn't be the content on pages 319 to 326. But I take your point. We can review it after the 12 months.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Provost. It was just to ask for a bit of clarification on page 364 under restrictions and deputations, section 4.2, where a deputation might be deemed to be invalid for the reasons outlined. Would there be proactive support from officers to help someone reformulate the deputation into a valid format, if that was possible?
I think what I would say, Councillor Earl, is certainly that the team in my office generally always take a proactive and a helpful role with petitioners, and I think you've probably seen that in the past. So we certainly will not be taking a position where we would just reject something outright and not explain what could be remedied in relation to get something across the line if that was obvious to us. So certainly that is how we would like to operate.
Yeah, excellent. I just wanted to get some clarity on that. Thank you.
Councillor Houston.
Yes, thank you. Just on 4.6, it says the deputations will be received. A maximum of 30 minutes will be allowed for hearing all deputations. I just wonder if that's not over generous, given that when it comes to planning and regulation panels, at a hearing, for instance, those either proposing and objecting are allowed a maximum of 5 minutes to present their case. But here we've got a deputation of up to 5 people being given 30 minutes.
Councillor Houston, I beg your pardon, Provost, if I could just respond to that. What that is, you'll see if you look at 4.5, the deputations individually are given a maximum of 5 minutes to make a statement. The reason for putting in the 30 minutes, that is supposed to deal with a situation where we get multiple requests for deputations. And so we talked about, if we get a whole list of deputations, could we prioritise them? That would be very difficult. Would you say first in, they get a slot and the first 3 get a slot, but the rest don't? So we felt, working with the group, that was the best option to say that if we receive, so essentially what it's saying is if we receive multiple deputations, if you see what I mean, Councillor Houston, so say we got 15, they would all get 2 minutes.
Yeah, I understand.
It's that kind of thing. It's trying to limit their time in the meeting devoted to deputations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Earl.
Yeah, sorry, just one that's occurred to me, Provost, was attending the council or committee meetings on 365 obviously take place via Microsoft Teams. We're moving to a hybrid system as well. So people that make deputations under this format will be able to join the meeting on Teams as stipulated. There's a dial-in option for this for people that don't have access. This is not for discussion today because it's not pertinent to the direct paper in front of us, but I'm just making the point about potential consistency across how we manage people's access in meetings of the council. From a point of view, I think I'm correct in thinking that from the Planning and Regulation panel, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, one is required to access that by phone. From a point of view, if you're speaking at a hearing or something, and I'm just raising the point that maybe we just need to look, if that's the case, if there is an inconsistency of access, we need to look at the that from a consistency point of view.
Okay, I take your point.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Maturi and Councillor Earl, you still have your hands up.
Yes, I've got a second question. Yeah, so just following on from Councillor Houston's point, really. So for 4.5, and you mentioned the 5 minutes. Obviously, the petition allows the petitioners a limit of 10 minutes extendable at the discretion of the chair. So I appreciate in your response, Councillor Houston, obviously the concerns about the amount of time. But I was just wondering, would that 5 minutes be extendable at the discretion of the chair, and why that discrepancy between the two? Petitions being allowed 10 minutes and deputations allowed 5 minutes. Thank you.
That is obviously something that we looked at, Councillor Majuri. The deputation is slightly different. It's seeking to speak to an item that's already on the agenda, whereas a petitioner is coming with something new. So there's arguably more for them to say, and that's why they'd be provided with a little bit more time to do so. The chair in managing meetings has a discretion in terms of the procedures, so that could be a matter for the chair. Obviously, the procedures are there to be complied with, but at the end of the day, the chair has ultimately the responsibility.
We'll seek the guidance from the clerk or whatever, which obviously, as written, only allowed 5 minutes, whilst the petition does say in writing it can be extended.
Yes, it does, but I think I would go that's more prescriptive. I agree, but I think I would go back to the bottom line, which is the standing orders, which govern all meetings, and they govern and give the chair the provisions to manage the meeting appropriately and as they see fit.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thomas.
It's not a question. It's okay. The comment. I don't know where you want comments now.
I'll take a comment. I'll take a comment. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to welcome this and also welcome the support that will be given to the people doing the deputation, because there may be those who aren't familiar with the processes and would need that support.
Thank you very much. I don't see any more raised hands. So can I ask someone to propose the recommendations on page 357?
Happy to propose.
Thank you. Seconder?
Yes, happy to second, Provost.
Are we all in agreement?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Move on to item 17, which is the Audit Committee's annual report. And I believe that Gordon O'Connor is going to speak to this.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. It's Gordon O'Connor, Audit Service Manager. This paper presents an Audit Committee annual report for 2020-21. Presentation of this report to Council accords with good practice, and it demonstrates how the Audit Committee fulfilled its remit and functions in terms of the Council's scheme of delegation. The Audit Committee approved this report for submission to Council at its meeting in November, and I would simply draw your attention to the recommendation on page 367, which asks Council to note and take assurance from this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions to the officer? No, I don't see any questions. Can I ask someone to propose the recommendations on page 367? I see Councillor Earl, but you're muted, Councillor Earl.
Promise, I think Councillor Davis has put his hand up before me, I think.
Right, Councillor Davis.
I promise, yeah, no, it's just a very simple question. Excuse me. Page 378, item 21. I just read through the report. I couldn't actually see if there was any irregularities discovered. I presume that the aim of the audit report is to check that there weren't any problems. Can we just get that confirmed?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, we have a standing item that goes to Audit Committee now, which is a corporate fraud update. Members agreed at the meeting in September that going forward that meeting would include a summary of alleged potential frauds and irregularities, and the report going to Audit Committee in January has as an appendix each of the referrals that have been made to the corporate fraud team.
Thank you.
Then, can you tell us if there were any?
Yes, Councillor, we have various means of members of both staff and the public referring matters to the corporate fraud team, and we have had referrals from both external and internal parties. Predominantly to date, these have been from out with the council and have been relating to things like housing and council tax. As part of our corporate fraud plan for the year, we're looking to raise awareness of fraud and irregularity within the council and to make our fraud prevention message a bit more visible. So in answer to your question, yes, we have had a number of referrals. There's detail in the report that will go to Audit Committee, up-to-date details in the Audit Committee report that will go in January. And that will be a standing item on the agenda of that meeting going forward.
Thank you. Julia.
Provost Gordon has really covered this. I was just going to point out to Councillor Davis that if he looks at the Audit Committee papers, I think, Gordon, I'm correct in saying there was some reporting at the last Audit Committee. So they're available if you would like to look into this further.
Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Provost. I was just going to say a few words on this as convener of the Audit Committee and propose the recommendation, if that's acceptable.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like to say very briefly, I would like to thank Gordon and his team for the huge amount of work they've done in unprecedented and very difficult circumstances. Audit and scrutiny is a vital role for any organisation, and it's been particularly challenging to maintain that and to be comprehensive and to keep largely to the schedule of internal audits that are required. That has been done. Where there's had to been delays, inevitably through the pandemic and restrictions, they are being managed and caught up with very efficiently. And I am very, very happy to recommend acceptance of this audit report to full council.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second that, Provost.
Councillor Benny, thank you very much. Are we in agreement with the recommendation?
Agreed.
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 Thank you. We'll now move on to item 18, which is the Gaelic Language Plan 2021 to 2026. And we have a report from the Head of Education. Bryony?
Thank you. It's Bryony Monaghan, Interim Head of Education and Chief Education Officer. The purpose of the report is to present the Gaelic Language Plan for 2021 to 2026, which has been prepared as required under the Gaelic Language Act 2005. Council is asked to note the contents of the plan, which have been informed by the consultation process, and approve the draft plan for submission to Scottish Government. Hayley Cleland is here today, and we and other officers will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Earl, you've got your hand up.
I did. Yes, I do fortunately have a question, Provost, so thank you. Thank you, Bryony, for the report. It was just a question on page 402, section 1, identity, the very first article. I looked back to the previous plan and to this plan, and thank you for sending the link to that. It's very, as you would expect, there's not been a lot of changes from the 2 iterations, a few, but not largely the same. There is a change in this section, however, under timescales for Stirling Council does not have a Gaelic corporate logo. Draft proposals on Gaelic corporate branding ready for consultation. It was just to understand what form that consultation will take.
In fact, and Healy may like to come in as well, or other officers, but in fact, we have no longer got any particular priority to take forward a consultation about Gaelic branding following our consultation. There is at the moment only on documents that we actually use to give information about the Gaelic education in schools, any use of a branding that's in Gaelic as well. Nowhere else are we using that, and there's no immediate intention to change that.
Okay, all right, thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Provost. I have 2 questions. How much does the Gaelic language plan cost? And employability, I read in there, offers Gaelic lessons. How many companies are actually demanding these amazing Gaelic skills that we're giving them through employability?
I didn't put my hand up. I do apologise. I can come in for the first answer, first part of the answer. So the cost currently of Gaelic education is 303,000, and we have a grant that's provided from Scottish Government, and that was currently in the last year 100,000. Sorry, not 1,000. Both numbers. So that's the cost of it and the grant fund that we have available. I can't answer the second question, unfortunately, about companies seeking that. I don't know whether there's anybody else who perhaps can.
I see Stuart Oliver has his hand up. Stuart?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I can get that information for you. I've not got it to hand today, but we'll be able to get that information and circulate.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Barrow.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Yeah, I have a follow-up question about the cost, because before the meeting I'd sent the Head of Education an email querying the cost, and she did provide those figures to me, which are the costs really relating to the education department, Gaelic medium education. I think the question is more wide-ranging there, because when you look at the plan, there are 71 what are described as targets there. Now, there are no actions identified. Now, presumably each target has at least one action associated with it, maybe more. So that means across the council, not just within education, there are at least 71 identified actions. Now, this isn't cost-free. Now, it says in the resource implications that the costs are accommodated within currently allocated provision. That doesn't mean it's not costing anything in terms of direct costs and officer time. So I'm a bit concerned that these costs are hidden. And my question is there the intention or the ability within the council to separately identify the costs, again in terms of direct costs and in terms of time, the costs of implementing the plan, not just the cost within the Gaelic Medium programme?
Bryony?
Yes, thank you. We have done some further work behind the scenes, if you like, to look at the costs overall of the plan. I suppose there's something before going into that part. We have listened to the results of the consultation as noted in the paper and wider views that were expressed to us. And at the moment, many of those actions that you're referring to say only that they'll be held in review, and if any changes were being made to aspects of how the council delivers services, we would consider at that time whether or not there was an element of Gaelic consideration to be made. So a lot of it is now moved to we will consider. So if we were to take forward some of those actions that go beyond the education provision, there would be increased cost to the council, not currently provided. But as things stand, there isn't. So the work we've done to look behind the scenes about hidden costs has actually indicated that if we weren't delivering our current Gaelic medium supports and services, and we were reverting to not having them, there wouldn't be a very significant difference at all in terms of the financial cost, as most young people would revert to mainstream education and still cost money, and the grant would not be made available to us. So there's very little difference between the provisions with and without the Gaelic as things stand, and no real intention to expand beyond improving our current education offer.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I welcome this report, and obviously I welcome the draft plan for submission to the Scottish Government. My family's heritage is Scots-Irish, and very proud of it, and I've been a stout defender of the Gaelic language. And you've really just got to laugh at the Tories. They're leaning up there to complain about the costs of this. But their antipathy, especially Councillor Beryl, and hostility towards the Gaelic language, is quite shameful, to be honest with you. And it was highlighted at the start of the new Scottish Parliament, where the Central Scotland List MSP, former MP for Stirling, had to be rebuked by the presiding officer for removing the translation from the Scottish Parliament header paper. That's a hostility the Tories show to the Gaelic language. I'm a proud supporter, and I would like to think the rest of the council are as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGill.
Yep, thank you, Provost. I really welcome this paper. I believe it's really important that we protect our heritage and allow children to learn language and for it to be used in the wider community. So I really welcome this paper. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. Oh, I see Councillor Benny has a question.
Apologies, Provost. I assumed that we'd moved on to comments there. I can hold off.
Right. Can I have someone to propose the recommendations on page 385?
I would like to propose the recommendations, Provost.
Thank you. I will second them. Councillor Benny?
Yeah, Provost, just a brief comment here. Obviously, you know, the council has a legal requirement to have a Gaelic language plan, and we are submitting it to the Scottish Government. I'm just reflecting on the discussion that we had about this before we started down the process of this, that when I think back to the things and powers that and legal responsibilities that the council has had suspended during the COVID crisis, issues to do with child protection, issues to do with adult care, and other issues which and homelessness and other issues which we deal with, which we have not had to do. We've let our legal responsibilities moved, and no one at the Scottish Government thought it appropriate to delay and to maintain the Gaelic language plan that was perfectly adequate, because there are very few changes which we have. So it astounds me that we've had to spend time and money and effort on doing this plan and renewing this plan at this stage with so much else going on. That being said, Provost, no objection to this going through.
Right, are we in agreement?
Agreed.
No dissension?
Agreed.
Good. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 19, the General Services Capital Programme. Jim Boyle.
Thanks, Provost. Jim Boyle, Chief Finance Officer. So this report presents a recommendation from the Finance and Economy Committee to via £300,000 towards road maintenance works in the current year capital programme, and this was in response to a report that officers brought forward in the light of the forecast underspend/slippage in the programme this year, to bring forward a number of alternative projects to help mitigate that position. The reason this one has been brought forward is because of the environment limits, which is £250,000. This one requires council approval. The report itself contains details of the 16 schemes that would be brought forward for delivery in the current financial year. Take any questions, Provost?
Thank you. Questions to the officer? I don't see any. Can someone please propose a recommendation on page 421?
I'm happy to move the recommendation, Provost.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy to second, Provost.
Is there general agreement on this recommendation?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Now we can move on to item 20. There has been a request from George Murphy, the officer who will be presenting these reports, if he can cover all of the 4 items, 20, 21, 22 and 23, with one introduction. We will then vote separately on each item, but Are you in agreement that one introduction would cover all four?
Agreed.
Yes.
None would be fine, Provost.
Right, George.
Thank you, Provost. George Murphy, Accounting Operations Manager. This report, together with the following three reports, present the annual accounts and auditors' reports for Stirling Council, the Common Good Fund and charitable trusts. The accounts and auditors' reports were considered and approved by the recent Audit Committee meeting, and as they represent key corporate governance documents, they are being presented to the Council for noting. The matters arising from each of the audits and agreed management actions where appropriate are contained within the relevant auditors' reports. All accounts received an unqualified audit certificate and have been submitted to the Controller of Audit. I'm happy to take any questions on any aspects of the reports.
Thank you. We'll take them separately. Item 20, are there any questions on item 20? There being, Alice, Councillor Theory, you have a question.
Yeah, sorry, just my, so my understanding is correct for the Common Good Funds. I believe we expect community councils to promote the Common Good Funds, but just wondering what can we do to assist the community councils in promoting these, because I believe, and I'd be very happy if I'm wrong, but I believe it's still the case that Dunbrain's the only Common Good Fund not to have had any applications since its launch. I believe all the other Common Good Funds have at least had applications, and of course many, obviously Stirling and Bridrown, have distributed quite significant sums of money. It's now doing good in their communities format. So just wondering how can we help promote the existence of these Common Good Funds and encourage relevant organisations to apply to them. Thank you.
Who's going to answer that? Stuart Oliver.
Yeah, I'll come in on that. Thanks, Councillor. Just in terms of promotion, then I'll take a look at that with the team, Councillor. Through the community development team, we've also got good links and contacts with all the relevant community organisations. So if there's a bit of awareness raising to be done, then certainly something we'll take a look at.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. Moving on to item 21, charitable trusts administered by Stirling Council. Report to those charged with governance on the 2021 audit. Any questions to the officer on that? No. There being none, any questions on 22 or 23?
So I had a question 22, I think. Hang on, just it was page 504. If that's agenda item 22. If that's okay to ask. Yeah. Okay. So just up to the page 504, we've got the healthy Stirling format, and so I know we've got the life expectancy gap between the deprived and affluent communities has sadly increased for males. Format, and obviously also the drug-related deaths percentages has also sadly increased as well. So just wondering what our plans are to tackle that and get those moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Who's going to answer that? Stuart.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I mean, it's probably, again, in the general sense, it's a very wide answer, and reflecting on some of the earlier conversation is probably perhaps an up-to-date briefing or something for members on the overall work through the community planning partnership, because there's so many things that go into tackling that particular challenge. So that's what I would propose. It seems from today that might be a useful time to do another briefing around some of these things and the progress of the community planning partnership.
Thank you. And I see Wendy Forrest has a hand up. Wendy.
Thank you, Chair.
I think it's just worth noting, absolutely support what Stuart's saying. Sorry, I should have introduced myself. I'm Wendy Forrest and I'm the Head of Strategic Planning and Health Improvement for the Health and Social Care Partnership, and I also chair the Alcohol and Drug Partnership. And I think Stuart's offer is the right one in terms of making a response around the drug-related deaths. We've got significant movement in terms of additional capacity across the ADP to look at this work, as well as working across partners within housing services and wider council services. So just to agree with Stuart, we can more than happy to bring back a briefing around this work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on item 23? No, there being none, I'm going back to item 20. Can I have someone propose the recommendations, please, for item 20?
Happy to propose the recommendation, Provost.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Yep, I'm happy to second, Provost.
Thank you. Are we in agreement? Yes.
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
Moving on to 21. Can I have someone to propose the recommendations?
Again, happy to propose the recommendation.
Thank you.
Happy
Seconder?
to second again, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Are we in agreement?
Agreed.
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 Thank you.
Agreed.
Item 22.
Happy to propose the recommendation.
Councillor Brisley and Councillor Laurie, are you happy to second it?
Yes, Provost.
Are we in agreement?
Agreed.
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 Item 23. Councillor
Again,
Brisley
happy to propose the recommendation.
and Councillor Laurie, are you seconding?
Yes, Provost.
Thank you. Are we in agreement?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 24, which is a motion in terms of Standing Order 39, and the subject of the motion is the bus service. And
Provost, the administration are quite happy to accept the motion in its entirety.
Right. Julia, do we have to carry on with the proposals of the motion, or can we take that as a if everyone else is in agreement?
Provost, I'm in agreement as well, but I'd like to hear from the proposers and seconders of the motion. I think they deserve to have their say.
Let's do that.
Please, can I do that?
Yes,
okay,
Councillor Ash, you have the floor.
And I welcome the political consensus on this. Just to give you a background on the reason it's come, a lot of the councils will be aware of buses not actually turning up and people being stranded, and I can give examples of people trying to get to work and can't get to work, people trying to get to medical appointments and being left. This is very acute in the rural communities, where people who don't have their own transport are having now to rely on their friends, and if they don't have people to do it, they can't go to their appointments. So I believe that Stirling is in a crisis as far as the bus is concerned. I quite understand that there are the limits that the officers of the council can do with the legislation. But I think what we have to do, and I'm glad to agree, is to come together to see what pressure we can put on the Scottish Government and on the providers of the bus services in Stirling, because if we don't, and I could quote from quite a lot of people who made the contact with me, it's worse than not having a bus service at all, because the people rely on it and so I have one suggestion that perhaps we could look at, and it's about communication, because apparently a First Bus on their communications now send out a daily communication, which I think is on Facebook or on Twitter. But if you're a person who doesn't do Facebook or Twitter, you don't get this communication. So at least if one thing we could look at is some form of communication at the bus stops, which allow people to know if a bus has been cancelled. At least have that, okay, the form of communication. But because this seems to be accepted, I don't want to prolong that long, but just to sum up, we have an unreliable bus service that is not us, okay, the serving, okay, our community, and it's incumbent on us as the councillors to work together to resolve it.
Thank you, Councillor Bennison. You're seconder on this motion. Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, please, Provost, thank you. And thanks for everybody for their cross-party support on this. It's really appreciated. And I'd like to thank Councillor Tolmark for bringing this motion forward and allowing me to second it, particularly due to the poor bus services in eastern villages. The bus services in my ward are infrequent, they're expensive, they're unreliable, and this has been before COVID and since COVID as well. I've had complaints about bus services since 2017, as I'm sure Alistair and Margaret have as well. In Fallin and Throsk, there's no bus service on a Sunday. First bus stop, their services early evening at week times, and Ferguson stopped their bus services at tea times. Buses in Cowie are on a daily basis disrupted by buses not turning up and cancelled with no notice. Timetables are changed with no consultation to passengers as well. The service provided in my ward, both before and during COVID, isn't good enough. People need to get to work, they need to get to school, they need to go shopping, they need to visit their friends and their family. I know of people who need to get taxis to and from their work from my ward because the bus service is so poor and they don't have a bus service to fit around their shifts at all. And taxis are very expensive, particularly if you're on a minimum wage. The problem with the public transport is it's run by private providers. It's not run for the public who actually use the bus service. The public transport policies in Scotland are very city-centric. They don't reflect Stirling's needs at all. And this is something that the Scottish Government needs to address as well. It's pointless to offer free bus passes to under 22s when there's no bus service at all. It's a pointless gesture. I look forward to a wider discussion on public transport in the Stirling Council area, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I think Councillor Bennison's covered a lot of the issues I was going to raise. It is a long-standing issue, and we are working our way towards a local bus company as we can. In regard to Councillor Tolmark, I would like to thank our officers, to be honest. They have been on the case for quite some time, and they managed to persuade First Bus to at least tell people through Facebook and Twitter, but it's not ideal. It should maybe be a daily update to community councils as a minimum. So I welcome it. I do know that in the Scottish Parliament it's been raised by quite a few MSPs, including our own, and I'm aware that the MP visited First Bus to raise the issue at the start of the week. So I think there is consensus. We've got a problem, whether it's COVID related at the minute or other issues that need to be resolved, but I'm quite happy that we meet to discuss.
Thank you. Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. This is a bit of a hobby horse of mine as well. It does feel like this is one of those issues where there is consensus but no action. And the thing is here that I don't look around this table, or this virtual table rather, and see where the no action is coming from, because, you know, frankly, we don't have the powers to do what we need to be able to do on this, which quite frankly would be to run the public transport services. And if that sounds like a rather unconservative point of view, then it maybe is. But I have conversations with colleagues. I don't think that there would be any problem commanding majority if there was a free vote in the Scottish Parliament for re-regulation of the bus services and allowing councils to have this policy back. The buses are expensive, they are unreliable. They're expensive principally, by the way, because there is no incentive for them to keep the prices down, because there is huge elasticity, because most of the people who seem to use buses in Stirling, certainly from my experience, seem to have bus passes and get it free anyway, which is very difficult for those who are commuting to work who do not qualify, who are not in those age brackets, to use buses, which means that we don't have modal shift, we don't have the environmental benefits of having a decent public service transport system. I wanted to mention the number 57 bus, which is the bus that goes up, as you know, Provost, it goes up through St Ninians. I went 17 rounds with First Bus over this because they moved the route of that bus, meaning that it no longer serves a large group of constituents, and indeed a growing group of my constituents, due to the number of houses that are being built up there. And First Bus just took it off temporarily, they said, but have never put it back, which I think is a massive disappointment to the community there, massive disappointment to me, and shows why there is a need to compel bus companies to act in this way and for the public good. And that's where I come from on this. Stirling needs a decent bus service. And I smiled a little bit when Alistair was talking about how people get stuck, principally because my husband Ismail got stuck in Cowie one time because a bus dropped him off. He got on the wrong bus, ended up in Cowie. The bus drove off. I had to go out and rescue him. And you know, this is the kind of thing that goes on in a public service, in a public transport system which isn't devoted to public service. So that's where I stand on this.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Okay, thank you very much, Provost. And in following Councillor Benny, who'd presumably been as a Thatcherite advocate of deregulation is all for the cause of regulation. So I welcome Councillor Benny to the cause of re-regulating the buses to try and put right some of these long-term damaging problems. We're talking about hundreds, according to the feedback that I've received and the inquiries that I've been making with officers, hundreds of cancellations over the last number of weeks. Over 290, according to an email I got last week. So that's probably going to be well over 300 by now. And it's really an unacceptable situation. I've certainly raised it with First Bus, and you know, I think you know, I welcome Councillor Beniston's contribution, which is basically everything that certainly my own party's been arguing, and that I would endorse what she's saying in relation to getting these back in house. I've written personally to First Bus to raise these issues, and they're obviously not here to answer for themselves today, but I think it is worth putting on record some of the points they do make in return, which, as I say, it's a perfect storm of fewer drivers available, increased competition for skilled drivers in a number of sectors, COVID absences, self-isolations, and DVLA delays in releasing provisional licences to new candidates. However, they're obviously factors that are out with their control, and it's the factors that are within their control that are problematic as well, because they're prioritising other areas as well within their network because of the lower patronage in an area like Stirling, and particularly some of our rural areas, and I don't think that's fair on those residents or acceptable for the public that we serve. So we are challenging individually as councillors, and I welcome the collective action as councillors as well to try and tackle some of this. I have also put the point to First Bus, you know, given how little the Stirling area probably adds to their balance sheet, I don't think they would really miss their operations here in the Stirling Council area, and would be happy if they wanted to shut up shop and we'll just take over all their routes and buses, and that'd be fine, and thank you very much and cheerio. But they have certainly come back to me on that point, saying that, you know, although it was mooted at one stage a year, 2 years ago, that it's not for sale. And they're saying it's not the case. First Midland thinks that the private sector is the best place to serve the needs of the customers, they say. I think the customers would probably have a different view, and I think we would certainly have a different view. So one of the other issues they're raising was the refusal of the council to support them on a short notice registration, which would have effectively allowed them to cut services quicker without having to go through the formal consultation process that they're having to go through during this period. Now, yeah, we could have probably as a council just rolled over and said, yeah, it might be difficult, but so we'll just have to roll over and let you do it. But actually we took a stand and said, no, We're not prepared to support this, and I think that was the right stand that Stirling Council has taken, albeit there are issues nonetheless. But I don't think we should just have, rolled over on the issue just because there was going to be disruption. I think we've got to take a stand at some point, and we'll continue to do that. So very much welcoming the ongoing work across the councillors and the officers who are dealing with this on a day and daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I welcome this as well, and to just let everyone know a statistic from my ward today, which is that 5 of the X10 buses from Balfron bus station to Stirling have been cancelled today. So this is not before time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farmer.
Yeah, I welcome the support across the chamber in relation to this, and what we've seen here is a systemic failure of the private sector to deliver, especially for our rural communities. We are one of the smallest councils in the country, but yet have a rural hinterland that covers the size of Luxembourg. So from that perspective, we really need to be looking at how we can have a municipal bus service that serves the people and not private interests. So in terms of moving forward, I welcome and understand that there are certainly major problems in terms of drivers and lack of drivers, etc. But that doesn't get away from us having to get together to seek a plan of how we can move forward and drive forward our desire to see a municipal transport company being established. And I know we've been a small council, that's going to be challenging, which is why we need to seek wider support and look at possible solutions from a Forth Valley perspective. And let's look at how we can build on the potential of our city deal and the Falkirk Growth Fund to see how we can improve connectivity, because connectivity in terms of our rural hinterlands, be it the eastern villages or be it rural west or Trossachs and Teeth, is essential in terms of creating that the opportunities for our people in terms of economic growth and employment and educational opportunities. Because without that connectivity, then we're going to see greater inequalities within our rural areas, greater inequalities across our some of our most vulnerable communities, such as in the eastern villages, and it's simply not good enough. So yesterday I was talking to Patrick Harvey, who has got a responsibility along with Michael Matheson in terms of transport and looking at decarbonisation of transport. And this is another opportunity of where we can be looking at how we can persuade and press Scottish Government to look at regulation of transport, to look at how we can move forward in a way where we can not only provide services for our communities, but actually do it in a sustainable way where we can look at the decarbonisation of transportation, which is has a major impact on our greenhouse gas emissions. So from that perspective, I welcome this motion and look forward to seeing it develop in some concrete ways forward. And just to say, at the moment, there is a connectivity commission underway to look at, from a Forth Valley perspective, how we can look at solutions in terms of our more outlying areas and improving that transport capacity. So that will be reporting initially shortly, and I look forward to that report when it comes out.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I welcome this motion, and I'm glad it's cross-party. Will it achieve anything? I certainly hope so. I think Councillor Tolmarsh and I have probably got the most tweets. I'm not very active on Twitter, but when I do see them, it's to do with a good friend who does the tweeting out in the west of Stirling. The lady does a great job alerting everybody to it. But, will it achieve anything? I certainly hope so. And Provost, Councillor Dennis and eloquently put, on the public record there, the issues you've got in our ward. I'm not going to add to that other than I share my frustration. A few weeks ago, I decided to visit without an invitation the bus garage in Kerry on the Kerry Road because they were blank in my emails and they took a heart attack when I walked in the office. But anyway, they were very welcoming after the initial "what are you doing here?" And you know, they were very forthcoming, albeit you know they're down the chain of command, even the chief officer there. They could only give me limited information, but what I do know is that when there are challenges with COVID and restrictions and such like, they do, as a matter of course, juggle the drivers and put them on the most profitable routes. That's well known. So, and that's appalling, you know. And as Councillor Byrne said, the people in our ward were key workers not being able to get to their work during the worst part of the pandemic now. And this is the thanks they get slapped in the face. So it's truly appalling. And Bob, I think it's important to put a record as well. Councillor Gibson made the point about the DVLA and the licences. That's what I got told as well. But the elephant in the room is Brexit as well. This is another unintended consequence of Brexit. That it's actually be a driver shortage as well. So don't let's hide behind the politics of Brexit as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl.
Sorry, Provost, caught me off guard there. I do apologise. It was just to make the point on this. I mean, it's been a useful conversation. A lot of the points have already been made, and they're well made. I would make the point that Trossachs and Teeth is probably quite fortunate in this whole debate by having quite an extensive network of DRT, demand responsive transport, that not perfect by any means. No one's pretending it is, but it does offer, you know, a lot of connectivity at more flexible times at the same cost as a bus fare, and your bus pass is still valid on it. And it probably has meant that a lot of the communities in Trossachs and Teeth are not so reliant on a scheduled bus service that they've not seen some of these impacts, to be honest with you. And there is a question there about how we expand or tweak or enhance that kind of more bespoke opportunities where it can be done, to provide that maybe better level of service generally for people, rather than just wed ourselves to scheduled bus services all the time. That would just be my point.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, I think Councillor Earl makes a good point about the DRT. At the risk of sounding like one of the 4 Yorkshiremen, in some cases, you're lucky you have a bus service. 2 of the villages in the ward do not have a bus service, so they're totally reliant on the DRT. And I second Councillor Earl's comments on it, but in some cases the DRT is equally unreliable. People have booked DRTs to go to doctor's appointments and they just have not turned up. Of course, the DRT is arranged to link up with the nearest available bus service in whether it's Balfron or Kippen, so you can get a double failure. So I would urge that the review also includes a review of the DRT, because unfortunately we've had COVID-related deaths of DRT service providers. Again, the shortage of staff. So I would like this review to include the DRT and how that can be made more reliable, and again echo Councillor Earl's comments to integrate it in with the bus service.
Thank you. Councillor Tolamash, would you like to sum up for the motion?
Yes, I would. Probably not a lot more to say, and thank you for my councillor colleagues for their contribution, because I think we want to move forward this on a cross-party basis, and all the councillors represented it, and it's good to see that. And I look forward to us getting together to see what we can do for our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. And I take it that there is general approval of this, unanimous approval of this motion?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much.
Promise, wasn't that a nice debate? I thought that was really interesting.
Thank you, Councillor Benny.
Yeah,
last item. We move to the last.
Probably not the right word to use, rescued in Kerry, but we'll let you off it.
Can we the the last item.
That's how he felt.
Item 25, Ashford House Care Home. I've been asked to make this an exempt item because it contains information relating to the financial and business affairs of an individual. Are we in agreement to exempt this item?
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Right. In that case, yes.
Provost.
Yes, you can have live stream. Yeah.
Yes, please, Martin.
So, Ashford House Care Home and the